Good morning, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Schukart, senior economist, and I am joined by the always awesome Blake Morrow. Blake, how you doing? I can't hear anything. Well, hold on. I can't hear him. Hello? No. I can hear you, yeah. I can't. Oh, well, let's try that one more time. Blake, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Fantastic. Sorry about
Woohoo!
that,
All
you
right, all
guys.
right.
Little technical difficulties sometimes when you're live streaming. Anyway,
It-
well, not much to talk about, is there, today?
oh my gosh, there's nothing to talk about. We might as well just wrap up the show here.
All right. Well, let's start with the obvious. All right. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. So, seemingly, this move down was on a headline that said Morgan Stanley no longer expects a Fed rate cut in December. And then we had three uber hawks yesterday talking. We had Goolsby, we had Hammock, and we had Barr, which exacerbated this situation. In addition to that, we were in a negative gamma environment, which again means that the market makers are trading in the direction of the market, which gives us outsized moves. Whereas a positive gamma environment, we have traders, you have the market makers trading against the market, and so you have a less volatile market. So here's my question to you. Why is a 25-point basis cut seemingly so important to markets? Because I just want to add also that we just had Williams say this morning he's seeking a near-term rate cut. We actually had indices rip on that. So what is your opinion? Tell me why you think this 25 basis points is such a big deal for markets.
Well, I think, and that's a great question. And everything that you said is true. That was compounding on the markets, and we got the September jobs report. So we got the September jobs report, which obviously, I mean, we're sitting almost December right now, but traders are looking at the fact that that is the last jobs report that we're going to see until the end of the year, which is after the next Fed meeting. So, when you're talking about the Fed unconventionally does not start, stop, start, stop. So if they're cutting rates, they're on a rate cutting campaign. If they're pausing rates, they're probably going to be on a pausing campaign. People are starting to think, oh my gosh, maybe the Fed will not, it will cut rates, pause, and then who knows if they're going to go back to cutting rates, especially with inflationary pressures as as high as they are, well above their 2% mandate at 3%, where it currently sits right now or thereabouts. So I think the market was getting in its head that they got a little over their skis, believing that we're in this rate cut campaign, that we're going to see, 25 basis point cut in December, a couple going into the beginning of next year. And then all of a sudden, because of all the comments that came from the Fed, or, the regional Fed governors, and how hawkish they've been, people started to, pull back those expectations. Then this morning, then you got Williams, he's out there, which is typically he's kind of right down the middle. He's a little dovish. He says the Fed can cut rates in the near term given current policy is moderately restrictive. That headline alone sent, the S&P right off of support. So there's a lot of things that are supporting the market down here, not only just technical levels. We are literally at levels that when President Trump announced 100% tariffs on China, I think it was Friday, October 25th. I was actually in Nashville at the time, but I believe that was the day. When he announced that, we're just sitting on those levels this morning. So we are at really critical support. And so this little comment from the Fed chair Williams really just kind of boosted the market. And then, I mean, we've seen this constant bleeding from crypto. We've seen Bitcoin has not found a bid until this morning, until just 15 minutes ago. Crypto, Ethereum, they could not find a bid to save their lives. So when you're looking at high beta instruments like that parallel the markets, it was a scary environment up until, like I said, 15-20 minutes ago.
Absolutely. And I just think it's crazy that the markets are concerned about 25. But what does 25 basis points actually do?
I don't think it does a lot, Tracy. But again, it is more of the idea that the Fed's not going to continue to loosen financial conditions in the months ahead. The market is a future pricing mechanism. So the market had been in its mind thinking that, hey, we're going to go on this rate cut campaign. We're going to get 25 basis points, cut in December. First couple meetings in January, or excuse me, in the beginning of 2026. We'll get a couple other cuts. That's 75 basis points of cuts. Maybe a full basis point, depending on how the economic conditions go into the beginning of the year, especially with the jobs market weakening, so on and so forth. So to have that pause, the market has to reprice, and so it's not so much what will it do, it's what the traders are extrapolating going into the beginning of 2026.
Absolutely. Let's move on. You brought up Bitcoin, so let's talk about Bitcoin here for a second, and we can pull up a chart on Bitcoin really quickly. And we are literally, this chart is from December 2024 to the present. We're kind of sitting on that bottom volume node there. Now, Bitcoin ETFs are considered underwater when Bitcoin falls below the average weighted cost, which is 89,600, and we are below that. We did bounce some this morning. We are below that. We saw 81,000. Are we worried that there's going to be some sort of liquidation because this is now a losing position for these ETF holders?
I believe so, and that's the risk. I think it's really interesting. A lot of people have used Bitcoin, and let's just use the other asset class, gold. They kind of lumped them in the same group. They're like, Bitcoin and gold. People are buying it for, my kids. I'm like talking realistically, like the generation of my kids that are all in college. They're like, well, I'd rather buy Bitcoin, wouldn't buy gold. Why would I buy this archaic rock? Blah 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 blah. Well, you've got a lot of investment managers and asset managers, institutions that have really adopted crypto over the last, let's just say, couple of years. And the fact of the matter is, when you have positions that aren't working for you, you're probably, as an asset manager, going to remove some of those newer assets. Like I'm gonna stick with tried and true gold and silver, and that's why I believe that gold and silver hasn't really sold off a whole lot. But Bitcoin, that's one of those that you're like, yeah, I think I'm going to just get rid of that. So Bitcoin is really a high beta correlation to the market. So if you see Bitcoin or Ethereum, especially the big ones, the big, big coins, you see those start to really come unglued. That's telling me that the market is really de-risking, and it's scary because if you go to March of 2024, Tracy, that $75,000 level, which is below the chart that you're showing here, just slightly below, that is the breakout point from March. I think it was March. Let me confirm my number. March of 2024. We tested that level in April of this year. If we give back 75,000, you are going to see a mass liquidation, and that's also going to tell us that equities are probably breaking down as well. And that's why I'm keeping a really, really close eye on it.
Yeah, I agree with you too. And then there is always the question of Michael Saylor's micro strategy, right? His like fiscal break even is really like 118,000 Bitcoin, but his actual break even is 74,000. So I know that people are really watching that that level.
It's scary, and you have there's a lot of I don't like to I won't quote all the conventional other financial news outlets that parade around analysts all day long, but there's some pretty significant ones that are long Ethereum. Ethereum is just given back. I mean, I just let me talk about percentage wise from when they institutionally were getting in earlier. Well, actually, the end of summer this year. I mean, Ethereum's down maybe 40+% from those levels where institutions have been piling in late August, early September. And you take, big, I'm talking big institutions that have $1 trillion in assets or more, that they've got positions that are down and underwater quite a bit. And it's scary. It's scary because, when you have to hit the bid, Tracy, when push comes to shove, you're going to turn around, you're going to start looking at things in your portfolio saying, all right, I like Microsoft. I've had Microsoft for a long time, but this SMCI crap that I own, I'm going to get rid of that. Oh, I still love having my gold allocation, but why I have, 3% allocated in crypto right now? Let's shave that down to 1%. And then, you start doing risk management type of strategies in some of these big institutional portfolios, and looks like crypto's been hung out to dry here.
Just slightly. So do keep an eye on that because it is, Bitcoin is a bigger sign of liquidity, right? And that
Yes.
is kind of an indicator for markets in general. So it is one to watch, even if you are not trading it. It's certainly sort of a macro indicator. Let's talk about the yen a little bit here. We're seeing a slight bounce this morning. This is the yen. I guess, I mean, if you can pull out a microscope and see that. But, we just had Japan is set to unveil the largest spending plan since the pandemic era. So the new pro-stimulus prime minister is going to unveil a stimulus plan of $112 billion of spending, what will be essentially like extra budget. So what do they not care about the yen? Does the BOJ not care about that? What's going on with the yen here?
Well, so first of all, the budget that came out overnight was basically in line with what markets were expecting, and what we've seen. And Tracy, you and I were talking on X about the JGBs and what was happening in Japanese yields, which you can if you flip the chart over, it basically looks like a 30-year JGB yield, or the 10-year. Yeah, and you even look at across all the tenors, it just shows that yields have been ripping. And everybody was really worried that this budget was going to just be a little bit more because it's Takeachi. She's, Abe, uh, taking on Abe's the late Abe, Prime Minister Abe's
2.0.
yeah, right. 2.0 is what they were calling her. And so people were a little worried that the budget might be a little bit more than the market was expecting. And so I think this is a sigh of relief that we're seeing in the yen. You know, you can couple that with some of the risk aversion that we've seen. I think the yen's finally catching a bid because the BOJ, I mean, they have to, I'm sure the BOJ is concerned, but they had to see what the budget was going to be before they could react or even think about reacting. Because if the budget would have been more than they had announced last night, and I'm sure there's a lot of coordination goes on behind the scenes that we don't know about, but the yen could have really come under further pressure, and then the BOJ would have had to step in after that. But I think maybe because they knew where they were going to come in at, it is now supporting the yen. I don't think that this is a level that you buy yen for long term, but it is possibly tradable, especially if stocks continue some downside pressure going into the weekend. If that happens, which the market's going to be opening pretty soon, the yen might be a trade where you can actually buy some yen as more of a hedge to anything else that you're doing on the long side in equities.
There you go. So this is just an intraday chart. So it kind of looks like we're having a kind of a rounded bottom over the last couple days here. So you like the yen to the upside? Well, or
Yeah,
downside if you're trading Forex, upside if
yeah,
you're
if you're well, yeah. This in this case, it'd be buying yen, which would be shorting dollar yen or shorting euro yen or whatever you want to do. If you look at your chart to the far right, that to me that looks like a breakout of a consolidation, and now it's in a pennant. That means it's developing a flag type of pattern, which is typically a continuation pattern. That means you would you can draw some lines there across there, and then across the bottom. There you go. That's See, Tracy, you're almost like a CTA. Or a CTA. I tell you, I love it. So there you got your pennant. That looks like a consolidation and a potentially bullish breakout. But again, the only way I would play this is if you see stocks come back under pressure. Remember, it is Friday, and I think the move that we saw in Nvidia, the move that we saw in crypto, the move we saw in equities, probably rattled some cages. So if you see some further liquidations going into today, that could be a potential play to the long side.
And then let's move over. Well, let's talk about the dollar a little bit. We're going to use 6E as kind of a proxy because it's the most heavily weighted in the dollar index. But it seems like, every time we get near 100 or over 100, they slam it down again. We are still above 100. What are your thoughts on the dollar, and what does this mean for the euro?
Well, since that is the 6E, it's real simple as far as I'm concerned. You can draw a line across the top, the two tops there, and you'll notice there is a little false breakout, right? So if you grab a line and you just go across the top there. Yep.
There's your
You
false
could,
breakout.
you could do that. That's fine. That's actually perfect. You can just keep it like that, and then draw one across the bottom. That little low where you see that volume spike. Yeah, that green bar right in the middle of the chart, basically. Just do the same thing. Oh, not that one. Oh, there you go. Yep, perfect.
This one?
Yeah, yep, a little bit lower. And then basically you'll see a range, right? So we've got a range, and we're at the bottom of the range. So if the euro actually breaks down, and by the way, Eurozone PMIs came in horrible, minus the French services PMIs last night. So we're getting US PMIs here in the next hour and a half. And US exceptionalism has been a story that's been hit or miss, but obviously in the market's thinking this entire year, as the U.S., it's like, you look at the rest of the world and you're like, well, the U.S. is the least dirty shirt in the hamper, if you will. If the U.S. shows some decent data today, that could put the euro back on its heels. And you'll notice, I think that's a 200 DMA that you have right there. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so a break below that support, then you're talking a range extension. And you know what's interesting, Tracy? I've got my inbox full of bank analysis, and I was just reading some analysis just just literally yesterday, how banks are just steadfast. Euro's going to 120 and above. This sell-off is something you got to be buying, yada yada yada. I mean, look, if we start breaking down below that 200 DMA, you're talking a range extension. That puts the euro closer to 112 by year end, and everybody else is looking at 120, or most of the banks are still thinking 120. But there's nothing that changes minds more than price discovery, right, Tracy? So when,
Absolutely. And I'm going to put
when
that, I'm
price
going to
move,
put 112 up there for you. So
there
next
you
time we
go.
talk.
Yeah, I mean that's what's convincing. You start getting price moving in one direction, and all of a sudden everybody's narratives change. They're like, well, hey, things change. Yeah, price changes minds quicker than anything, and that's why, if you see the euro break down, I think you got to respect it, and you got to be thinking, positioning wise, how many people are positioned short dollars? It's been the talk of the first year of the Trump presidency. President Trump and the administration, they want to weaken the dollar. So the euro is going to go to 125 and beyond, blah, blah, blah. What happens when those positions start unwinding? I mean, then I love it when the market catches I love it when the market gets caught wrong-footed, because when it gets caught wrong-footed as traders, that's a playground for us. That's how we make money.
Oh, absolutely. But what would be the implications, do you think? Because we know the administration wants a lower dollar because that obviously helps with tariffs. So what happens if, the dollar meaningfully bounces and we kind of get above and start trading above this psychological $100 level? What does that mean for the economy and for the global economies, for people that borrow, that have debt in U.S. denominated dollars?
Yeah, I try to like map this out in my head, like moving forward. And the way I'm looking at it is, depending on the data that we see over the course of the next, several weeks, is now the government is reopening and we're starting to see data come in. My assumption is going to go hand in hand with stronger data. It actually weakens stocks a little bit, because people will start to price out the idea, even though Fed Williams is kind of bucking that trend today. But if we continue to see strong data, people are going to say, how's the Fed going to actually cut rates? And they'll start buying dollars. Stocks will probably come under pressure. And then my assumption is, as we get into December and we go into the second week of December and get the Fed, if the Fed, even if the Fed does decide not to hike rates, or not to cut rates, excuse me, they'll probably leave the door wide open for the beginning of 2026. So the way I view it is stronger dollar, probably weaker equities, unfortunately, over the next week, or excuse me, over the next several weeks. But then the Fed meeting could get the dollar a little bit of selling as we see the Fed come in, and probably a little bit more dovish, and then that sets us up for a nice Christmas rally. Again, what I like to do, Tracy, is I like to pre-plan all of this, so I have a basis of how I want to attack the market over the next several weeks going into the remainder of the year. Because the year end is a tricky one, because liquidity tends to be a little bit more poor, and as people start buttoning up shop for the end of the year, so you got to have a really good solid trading plan as you go into the end of the year.
Oh, absolutely. And in your mind, say the Fed decides not to cut, but comes off very dovish. Do you think markets will still like it?
Yeah, I think they will. I think the initial, and then we're obviously talking a few weeks in advance, but again, as traders, we got to think about how to navigate around these Fed meetings, because they tend to be the most impactful thing that moves the markets for that day and the days following. I think you could get a knee-jerk reaction. Fed holds rates, but you get this knee-jerk reaction lower, but then you buy the dip, especially if they come in a little bit more dovish. I'm assuming Fed Chair Powell would counter any downside move you'd see in equities, saying, "Hey, we are keeping the door wide open for cuts because the economy is slowing."
Which would be kind of almost the opposite of what he said at the last meeting. But I guess he would have to do that because in the event that they don't cut, he would have to kind of take the opposite stance of that. So that makes sense.
He's a wonderful tightrope walker, Tracy. He's when he's up on the when he's up on his tightrope and he starts to wiggle one direction, he can wiggle the other. He's a masterful dancer on a tightrope, I must say.
Absolutely. And then, of course, it would not be a complete morning if we did not briefly touch on precious metals. I know last time we talked, you said you were more worried about silver than gold. So let's take a look at this silver chart. It looks like we are bouncing off the 50-day here so far. Does this chart still look as bad as you thought last week, or what are your thoughts? And we do have an overthrow here too.
Yeah.
It's
It's interesting, Tracy. That the high from this week, if you look at the 5250 level, it surpassed the 618 retracement by just I don't know, 50 cents, and then it just fell right out of bed for the remainder of the week. I think that these are pretty big consolidations here. I am acknowledging the fact that we've seen this massive liquidation in crypto, yet precious metals are still holding on, which I think is more of a positioning and type of situation where people are selling crypto, keeping their precious metals. I don't think they're out of the woods, but silver does still look pretty vulnerable. And now you got to look at that chart as more of a double top because yeah, if we break like $46 or somewhere around that level, we got a double
that
top, and
recent low,
we're
yeah.
we're looking at the low 40s. I mean, I think that'd be welcoming to a lot of precious metal buyers like myself. Like, whenever a market's moving so aggressively like silver, you look in your like I look at my safe and go, how do I not own more silver right now? But it's impossible to buy physical when prices are skyrocketing like that. You want to be buying when no one wants it. So when or if it trades down to the low 40s, I think there's going to be a lot of people like myself that will be backing up the truck, calling our physical silver brokers like mine's just down the street. And I'll be like, hey, what can you
Me
allocate me right
too.
now? When everybody's hitting the bid, right? That's the time you got to be buying.
Me too. And we do have kind of a consolidation area in that, from before. So if we dip down into that, we probably see buyers again, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Because, you think about it, Tracy, has the fiscal situation changed in the US enough to justify we need to be selling precious metals like long term? Absolutely not. If not, it's gotten worse. So any type of big move that you see in gold or silver to the downside, I think is going to be welcomed by me and probably a few other people.
Me too. I'm right there with you.
Me and you both.
Right. So let's, of course, move over to crude oil, which has been hanging in there. While other markets are kind of going nuts, crude's like, meh, I'm just going to hang out. So, what are
You,
your thoughts on the crude oil market here?
Tracy, I always love to defer to you when talking about crude oil. You've over the last decade plus that I've known you and I've had conversations with you, you've always been spot on. And I just remember one of our conversations actually a few months ago about you just talking about the boom bust line around that $55 level. And in light of Landman season 2 coming out, I think that everybody's buying crude oil down here. But no, jokes aside though. The only way I would see crude, manifest to the downside, below the $55 level is if we really saw some data that suggests that the US and maybe the global economy is heading into some serious recession. I'm not, we're not there yet. Yeah, the global economy, or excuse me, the US jobs picture might be softening a little bit, but I don't think we're quite there as far as the rest of the data. So I think crude is one of those you just kind of buy it as it gets closer to $55, and you keep your stops rather tight and hope to trade it back up into 60 again. I can't imagine shorting it, but then again, I don't see any real reason to be a buyer at this very second.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see a little bit of a washout here, but then again, we do have that level where we start seeing production come offline. If crude oil prices get too low, and we're already seeing some slowdown in the Permian. We've, heard from earnings calls from the oil service sector and things of that nature, saying that, they are seeing decline in activity in shale. So it is definitely something to keep an eye on, even though it's been quite the boring trade as of late, which many are not used to.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if we break that $55, the show will be called Gold Miner Man instead of Landman, right?
All right. All right, Blake, we are coming up on time. Any final words for everybody as we head off to the trading day?
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a scary day for a lot of traders. When you have a 1.5% rally, Nvidia earnings blowout, Nvidia stops, reverses, drops below 180, and it was just trading below 180 pre-market. I think you got to keep your guard up today. Crypto's found a little bit of a bid thanks to Williams, but again, this is Friday, and yesterday's price action was really scary for a lot of traders and a lot of, especially, new traders on desks that haven't really seen much of an aggressive sell-off. So I think you got to keep your defenses up, keep your eye on the dollar. If the euro starts breaking lower, or if crypto starts breaking lower, you got to start looking at, assets like the equity markets, and start looking at them with a little bit of a cautious eye.
Excellent advice. Thank you very much. Awesome as always. Blake, we'll see you next week. And now I will hand it off to Pax and Craig for Preservation Friday.
Good morning, Pax. How you doing?
Oh, Craig, I'm ready to go, baby. How are you?
Hanging in there. Capital Preservation Friday. And what a Friday it is after yesterday's epic, historic, monumental reversal that came out of left field if you weren't watching. But if you were watching, you knew it was going to happen. So,
You know,
how's
so
every...
so listen, COVID is the gift that keeps on giving in my life. I have this eye disease called uveitis, which causes all kinds of crazy shit, and I've got glaucoma. So yesterday I scheduled a procedure to get to control the eye pressure in my eye. I when I left, we were trading near the opening range, and I got back, we were 100 lower. And oh my God, that was an expensive ass trip to the eye doctor.
Oh man, it was wild. I mean, we basically had this gap up, this euphoria from Nvidia blowing the doors off, and then the payroll number kind of coming in, in line-ish, a little bit hotter on the top line, a little bit worse on the guts, and so people were thinking, okay, maybe we'll take the odds of a Fed rate cut up a little bit for December, and markets were rather euphoric, and vol was getting sold, and we're into options expiry for today, and so people were getting excited, and then all of a sudden you started to see some cracks, right? Some exhaustion, and there was some weakness in SanDisk and Micron and some of the chip names right at the onset there, and then as the day progressed, the narrative started to shift.
Well, right off the open, we had rallied 1.5% off of, whatever we rallied, Nvidia and September job numbers, and we the S&P opening range yesterday was like 67 75, 67 here. 67.68 half to 67.83. It did not look like a risk on event to me. The dollar rallied a little bit, but bonds were sitting. That's not something I want to sell just because it looks like my opinion is telling me that we should come off a little bit. But when we start taking out some of the opening range levels, or at least some of these 15-handle rotations, then it's time to get short. We start taking out the opening range wasn't worth trading. And I had tweeted yesterday, right before I had left for the eye doctor, to, the less we trade, the happier we're going to be. And the more money we're going to make too, by the way. And yesterday was a great example of it from a trading standpoint. But when we start taking out some of these levels in the S&P, 67, 47 half, then you take profit at 67, 32 half. You take profit all the way down, right? So that's when the price action, live price action to define our trades. not necessarily technical work, but putting it all together and reacting to what the market gives us. I'm a trader. I'm paid to react. I'm not paid to think. The time for thinking for me is before the market opens and after the market closes. The time for reaction to my plan is during the trading day. And and yesterday was one of those days where it comes along every so often. We get a few of them every year from a trading standpoint. And I try to make this point all the time. If you can be consistent, you're going to have these huge days in front of you where you're just going to clean. I had a conversation with Sam about this the other day. You're going to wind up cleaning up and you're going to be in the right place at the right time, and it's going to be a great trade. And yesterday was one of them. If you caught it, if you didn't catch it, today's a new day, and let's see what we're going to do. Don't overtrade. Preserve and protect your capital. If you missed yesterday or you got beaten up yesterday, reset today and be ready and be quick and nimble, as I tweeted earlier. Just sort of wait for your next opportunity. Your big day is coming. It wasn't yesterday. Maybe, well, for a lot of you it was. But if you missed it or you got beaten up yesterday, your big day's coming. It doesn't mean that it's going to be today. Who knows what's going to happen today? I mean, we need to hold yesterday's low. We need to hold the overnight low, Craig, at 65.20 in the SPOOs, 65 quarter, and the NASDAQ at 23 evenish, 23.05. If we don't, then we're going to fall apart. What the hell was the overnight? 23.905. Otherwise we're falling apart, and it's going to be an ugly close, and it'll set up for an ugly next week. But if they hold it, we can go back to the quarterly pivot and the S&P at 66.58 and the NASDAQ at 24,560. And then maybe Claus comes, maybe the Santa Claus rally does happen. Who knows? I'm not going to fade it though.
Yeah. I know you weren't in front, all day yesterday, but did you get the sense from anything that was developing through the week that, yesterday or a day like yesterday could have actually, was brewing? Or
sure.
They kind of, yeah.
Absolutely. You and I talked about that a month ago in Naples.
Yep.
We sat there at the bar and had a drink and talked about this exact thing setting up for the remainder of the year. Look, I still think that we can rally going in. I have never seen a bid in my life that I have not wanted to hit. I'm a much better short side trader than I am a long side trader. Sorry. That's just how that's how I think. That's how I trade. I'm a better short side trader than I am a long side trader. But so for me to sit around here and say, we can rally another 100 points from here, and then just kind of trade this range is not something I would much rather see us break. However, I think one of the things that we have talked about is that we're going to see volatility coming in the end of the year. Going into the end of the year, we're going to see a lot of back and forth trading, some big breaks, some basing, some rally back, retest those levels. And then I think we agree, this is just my opinion, and again, I won't trade my opinion, but my opinion is that we see that sort of volatility going into the end of the year. And then in the beginning of the year, then we start taking out some lows and we have a serious downside action. But hey, listen, if we rally and we take out the highs, I'll be long. Reluctantly so, but I'll be long.
No, look, I mean, we've been talking, for the last few weeks about yesterday being a pivotal day, and that NVIDIA or NVIDIA, I know people give me a hard time for how to pronounce it. I don't know if it's NVIDIA or NVIDIA, whatever it is, but just being like this of paramount importance for the AI narrative. It's been the story all year, and to see the market reaction to whatever news they came out with, right? That would help dictate, whether or not we're going to have this Santa rally, what would work, maybe what wouldn't work. And so to see them really blow the cover off the ball, big number, big outlook, very, very bullish. And then to have that kind of reaction where we're gapping up at the open, folks are high-fiving, all-time highs are back, to having that kind of rug pull, I think really does some damage to the psyche and to the narrative here, particularly for the retail community that's been involved in this theme, all year here. And now you have to think a little bit more closely about whether or not you want to sell these names before year end, if you wanted to wait until the end next year because you don't want to pay taxes, right? It's the decision making process has become a little more complicated here for folks, and so I don't know. It seems It seems like a precarious setup. Obviously, we'll watch and see how the reactions are today. It's going to be a huge day again with volumes today. It's options expiry for S&Ps at the open, and then for basically every stock at the close. So the volumes are going to be insane today. We also have this big covered call roll from QYLD and XYLD. They typically will transact. They sell calls between 11:30 and 1 p.m. So there'll be some front running of that, and so you'll see that volume in the tape, particularly in the Nasdaq. They're a much bigger force in the Nasdaq, so that'll be some selling pressure in the late morning session. So a lot going on today. We also get some data. We have some the flash PMIs at 9:45. We get the UMISH data at 10 o'clock. So, and we got, I think, 4 or 5 more Fed speakers throughout the day. Governor Williams was out this morning talking about the idea that December cut is still on the table, which I don't think is a particular surprise, but the market was relieved, I guess, a bit to hear from him. Then Governor Collins was just out saying, really no change in her view. She's a voter as well. And then we get a few more voters, throughout the rest of the day here. So the Fed odds for a rate cut in December have started to creep back up again. Maybe that's provided a little bit of a relief for the tape here, but we'll see. It's gonna be a wild day.
You talked about you've been talking about on our Sunday shows and a lot in the morning about market breadth and how bad market breadth is. It's not always something I pay attention to, but no, that's not true. I do always pay attention to it. It's not something I'm going to trade, but I do pay attention to it. Order flow, I pay attention to. I'm not going to trade it. Market profile, or volume profile. A lot of things that I pay attention to that I don't necessarily trade. But with market breadth being such as it is, and Nvidia being, what's Nvidia? 8% of the SPOOs, 8% of the S&P.
Yeah, 8% S&P. Yep, 10% of Nasdaq.
Yeah. That's scary. That's bothersome. That's bothersome, and I don't know how in the hell. I don't know how you stand in front of a running freight train and say that's as far as you're going. I'm going to get long here. It seems to me like we are sitting on the precipice of a major downside correction. That doesn't mean that we don't, again, from a trading, that's just my opinion. From a trading standpoint, though, we hold these levels and then we can turn around and rally back up and try to stage a late year rally. So from a trading standpoint, man, don't fade shit. If you're fading that break yesterday, you're going to get run over and you're going to get killed. Again, standing in front of a running freight train and saying that's as far as you're going, you're not going any further. And on the upside today, if this market starts to rally and you're looking at market breadth and you're looking at all this other stuff and you're going to say, that's it, you're not going any higher here, you're running the risk of getting run over. You're making your trading, you're making it subjective. You're making it about you. Don't make your trading about you. That's a passport to poverty, a recipe for disaster. Make your trading, investing, maybe even long-term swing trading, okay. But make your trading more about your process than about you. You have to make sure that you are here for tomorrow's trade. The only trade that matters for any of us, is the next one. Not the last one, not the one before that, not one last week, but the next one. I don't care if you're Tudor Jones, me, or you're trading a prop account. The only thing that you have to worry about, the only thing you have to plan for, and the only thing you have to manage is your next trade. Period. Simplify this entire thing. Take the pressure off. Breathe through the anxiety. Breathe through the stress. Be quick, be nimble, and for God's sakes, use stops. Go into your settings and make sure your stops are stop markets. I can't believe the amount, I tweeted that yesterday. I can't believe the amount of people that said they got run over yesterday because they weren't using stops. What's wrong with people?
Yeah, yesterday was for many was probably a high anxiety day. And if you had anxiety, if your blood pressure was boiling yesterday and your process, needs adjusting, and you're also can just size down, right? You can just use smaller position sizes to kind of lower the temperature, lower the blood pressure. But days like yesterday are what it's all about, right? I mean, this is where we get these huge, these big moves, potential for high P&L days. But to your point, today's a different day. Today's a new day, and to believe that we're going to have the same kind of movement, the same degree of velocity, or another several hundred point intraday reversal, doesn't make sense. We can't be planning for that. We've got to plan for, what we have today. I think one of the things I try to deal with is, I have a bias, right? Because I'm more of a swing trader and a fundamental analyst and a macro strategist, and have a view about how I think the world is going to play out. But I need to marry that with the price action, right? And so on days where the price action is maybe moving counter to how I think it quote should be, I'm either not trading very small, and try not to get run over by some of those counter trend moves. Help me reposition for what I think will be larger moves, kind of down the horizon. So,
yeah, me too. Right. Good morning, chat. By the way, good morning, everybody in the chat. Music City Trader. I saw that you asked a question earlier, right before before the show went on. If you want to reiterate it, I can answer it. Somebody had asked earlier, just a minute ago, how do I get into my trades without getting stopped out repeatedly? I get stopped out probably 10, 20 times each day. That is a major part, Carnes. That is a major part of my process. I'm right or right out immediately, dude. If I sell, the S&P is trading at 94 right now. If I sell 94s and they go bid, I'm out. If I sell 94s right here, if I sell 94s and they go 94 bid, I get out, period. If I sell 94s and the market stays offered below my here, like if I sell 94s, well, now I put in a scratch stop. I'm not interested in losing money. I don't risk money. Somebody had asked me, a guy that I used to trade with in the NASDAQ pit not long ago, we were golfing at my country club, and he asked me if, how much money I risk per trade. And I told him nothing. I don't risk anything. I spend money. I spend money. I have market expenses. This is a business. It's not gambling. I'll spend money when I've got clarity as to what the market is at least trying to do. I'll spend money in the market. I'm not going to risk it. So I'm right or right out. If I sell 94s and they go 95 bid, 96 bid, I get out. I take my stop, and then I look for the next trade. I'll catch, like traders in my group yesterday got stopped out a whole bunch of times right here out of the opening range. 4 or 5 times, took some expenses, and then there were 6 figures. There were traders in my group that made over $100,000. A lot of traders made between 50 and 100 by selling 40 here, right here, by selling these 67.47s or 48s and selling them underneath it, adding to their position. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 handle rotations that gave you the chance to take profit and add to your positions. If you were flat, you sell them here, take them here. You had 15 chances to initiate your trades here, according to my process. It was a great trading day. But if you're gambling with your money and you're buying dips and you're doing triangles and trend lines and all kinds of other shit, the market is just going to blow through there, and you don't have stops, you're going to get it shoved in your ear, and that's no fun.
So I recall you saying 2 daily closes below your quarterly pivot would be change in tone, change in character for the tape. I think yesterday was the first one, right? But yeah. So we get another one today. What does that mean in your mind?
That means we target 63.34. And we target 64.02 on the downside in a macro sense, and then 63.34 for the equidistant swing. Underneath there, it's 61.01. Underneath there, we're at the yearly opening range at 59.49. That seems like a far, far, far road to make, but we can hit it. We can hit it quickly. It changes the tenor from a buy the again, I don't fade markets. Okay, I don't fade my process. I'm not gonna buy breaks. I'm not gonna sell rallies. But in a broader sense, 2 closes below 66.58 changes the tenor of the market from a buy the dip market to a sell the rally market. And again, if we're trading if we're trading above the opening range, and we get 2 closes below 66.58, we're trading above the opening range, I'll be long. I'm not gonna fade my process. But it just puts us onto a defensive standpoint. And the quarterly pivot in the NASDAQ for my work is 24,568. 24,568. Whoever asked that.
And typically, if you go back, through history, I know this is probably a tough question, but when we break a quarterly pivot like that, I don't know, halfway through, we're a little bit more than halfway through this quarter, Do you find that we get speed to find these lower levels, or it just kind of depends on the situation?
Depends on the situation, but we'll get speed to them. If we don't hold the overnight high, the highs and lows for my work that I pay attention to are going to be RTH. But I know that everybody else is looking at the extended hours low. So the low that we set October 10th, I believe, was 65.40. If we don't hold that level, then we're going to trade down to the overnight low last night, which is 65.25. If we take that out, we'll be trading at 63.30 by the early next week. We need to hold those overnight lows, those October lows. We need to hold the overnight lows. If we don't, we're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Somebody had wrote, I use a 1 or 2 tick stop or a perfect scratch. It's crazy. I find you guys who use 20 point stops as absolutely ludicrous. Again, passport to poverty. The trade works. How about this? The trade works right away or it doesn't. And you get out, you take your expense and you wait. Learn how to trade, guys. This is really the greatest business in the world as long as you're not over risking.
Now, on a day like today, will you just be super focused on that S&P chart, or will you also be looking at the bonds, VIX, dollar yen, cross asset markets to try to get a guide if any other markets are giving you signal, or is this one of those days where it's just you're in your one chart here?
I'm in not necessarily my chart, but I'll be paying attention to the domes when we open. Now, like yesterday before we opened, now and this morning too, I'm paying attention to all those factors and to all those things. Like I said earlier, yesterday did not look like a risk on event to me, but that didn't mean that I just want to I want to fade it because the market doesn't look like a risk on event. I'm not going to sell that. Because quite often the S&P can readjust the market. The S&P or NASDAQ rallying can turn around and have a reverberating effects in bonds and stir in metals, and in the capital flows with the dollar yen and VIX too. So, I'm going to trade my process when the market opens. Time for thinking for me is before it opens and before it and after it closes. Right now, I'm ready to go. So when the market opens, I'm going to change it to a shorter term chart so I can see these rotations will set up. The opening range will populate on this. This is my indicator. So if you guys are trading on Ninja, go to my website and download this free indicator, which will give you the opening ranges and give you the rotations as they happen. These are all predetermined levels. Here's the NASDAQ yesterday, okay? These are all predetermined levels. The NASDAQ rotates in 65 handle increments, and here you can see it. 65 handle, this is an hourly chart. Let's change it to something a little bit shorter term. So, this is what yesterday's trade looked like during the day, right? I mean, look at this. I mean, oh gosh. Okay. Here's the opening range. Bottom of the opening range. We start taking it out. It's just, sell, 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 sell. You cover at these levels, or you don't leave a runner on, and then add through them. And then we get back up through it. You take profit. You just trade these like ladder rungs. I'm the least handy man in the world. So it's not like I don't find too many occasions to be on top of a ladder. I hire people for that. But, I've seen people walk up and down ladders, and you walk down this, you walk, and then, oh, wait, stop here, and you got to move back a little bit. I mean, to me, this is simple, and it takes the guesswork out, and it takes the subjectivity out of it, and it makes it objective. I want to, if we're below the opening range, I'm going to be short. If we're above it, I'm going to be long, no matter what my opinion is, and no matter what my guess is telling me. That doesn't mean that I need to trade it, though. If I don't, I don't need to be. At this point in my career too, Craig, I don't, I mean, I'm not trading every day. I'm trading when there's clarity and when the market tells me something. If I was in front of the screens yesterday, and I wasn't because I was getting my old man eye disease fixed, or not fixed, but getting my glaucoma arrested for a little bit of time. If I was in front of the screens yesterday, I would not have traded yesterday's opening because we just didn't go anywhere. I would have been short underneath 47.5, and I'd have taken profit at 33. I would have sold more and taken profit at 17. Every 15 handles down on the S&P. It takes the onus off of me and puts it on my process.
Yeah.
And that's how I survive. That's how I thrive. I don't need, nobody makes money every day except for YouTube streamers. Nobody. But you can be consistent. You should make money every week as a trader, as an intraday trader, or at least break even. I don't know. Yeah, there's only two parts to every trade. Whether you're an intraday swing trader like me, or you're trading bigger swings or whatever, managing your risk and managing your profit. That's it. And if there's four types of traders. There's traders that are consistently losing money. There are traders that are break even. There are traders that are consistently profitable, small, and then there are those that become financially free. So if you're consistently losing money, you never learn how to properly manage the first part of the trade. You never learn how to manage your risk. You've got 20 handle stops, or you don't have stops, or you're risking too much to make too little. So you don't learn how to manage your risk. You lose money. Break-even trader, they learn how to manage their risk, but they don't learn how to manage their profit. Consistently profitable traders learn how to manage their risk. They learn how to manage their profit. Those that become financially free learn how to manage their risk, learn how to manage their profit, and they learn how to exploit their profit. They learn how to add to their positions. Here is an ad, here is an ad, here is an ad. So if you start off with a 4 lot, by the time we get here, you take profit on them, you got 2. We go offer through here, you sell 4 more, now you're short 6. You take profit on 2 of those, you're still short 4. We go offer below, you sell 4 more, now you're short 8. You just keep laddering down and laddering down and laddering down. So again, here, pay attention to this spend Cario. Again, you sell 4 here, you take profit, you pay for your trade, you take a quarter off, and I'll show you how to do this when we open. Okay, you sell 4 at 40. You sell 4 at 47 underneath this level. You take profit here and you pay for the trade here. That means you remove a quarter of your position to remove your risk, and then you take profit on another quarter of your position. So now you're short 2. We go offered below 32, you sell 4 more. Now you're short 6. You pay for your trade, you take profit on that, you're short 4. We go offer through 17.5, you sell 4 more, you're short 8. See what I mean? You just keep scaling. You take profit, you pay for your trade to remove your risk, you take profit on a trade, and then you scale in more. Now, this doesn't happen every day. This happens once, 3, 4, 5 times, 6 times a quarter or a year. But when it happens, these are big, big days that can make your year with very, very little outlay, very little risk, just a lot of intense focus and a lot of self-awareness, self-possession, self-confidence, no fear. Yeah, look, I have no fear of losing money. Why? Because I spend it. I don't risk it. I have no fear for spending money in the markets when I know that the market is trying to do something. If the market isn't going to do something, we're not doing anything, I don't need to trade. The only people that make money every day are people that are streaming on YouTube. It's impossible.
It's interesting how you characterize that trading yesterday, and you probably not taking that first trade of the day when we were above, but then seeing that. I know you weren't in front of the screen, but I do trust this process. But just seeing, hearing you talk about how you would have re-entered once we kind of broke below that opening range, and then methodically see it. It's like you would have seen that almost in slow motion, right? It's kind of a chart pattern that you've seen, throughout history. So that reversal when it came would have been kind of, lit up your eyes.
Yes. Yeah. And then, underneath, when we get under
order filled.
When we got under 67.02, we get into 66.90. At that point, because now the quarterly pivot is 66.58, and that's always like a huge magnet. You guys can look at, you can look at any of the shows that Craig and I have done, or me and Jimmy Kaggs, when I'm talking about that level. And the market, once we get below 66.90, the market will pull down to 66.58. It does it all the time. It's the quarterly pivot, and it will always be a flattened zone in my work. So once we get below 67.02 or 67 even, then I'm not looking to cover anything until we get to 66.58. Okay, 66.58. But I am looking to add at 87.5. I am looking to add at 72.5, and then I'm going to flatten at 66.58. We take out 66.58. I'm going to sell them until my front end
order
rejects
filled.
them. period. Because then that changes the tenor of everything. I'm going to get that put on a t-shirt. Sell them until your front end rejects them.
Oh,
Put it on a
man.
hat. I've got such a
Yeah.
big head that would fit on the front of a hat for me.
And then what we could do is we could put the number on, we can get like felt numbers. And so for every quarterly pivot, we could put the number on there. And so that number will change every quarter.
Yeah,
Right.
every quarter.
And yeah, or you could have a subscription service for this, right? We could have them send it, and every quarter you get new numbers from PAX for the quarterly pivot. And then once we get there, you sell them like your life depends on it. So
That's it. Yeah. And or we get to it, you reverse at it. We get down to it, you turn around and you get out and you reverse. So the first few times we come down to 66.58, let me see on a daily, I'll show you on a daily. First few times here. First few times down to 66.58, you turn around, you reverse and get out and you get long. So, or we took it out the other day, we traded down to, whatever low this is, 66.22. We get back above 66.58 here, 1, 2, 3, 4 hourly bar. We get back above it, you're long.
yeah.
The first time to it, you reverse.
Well, we're coming up here at 9 o'clock in the morning, and just wanted to mention that this segment now is being sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. So we appreciate the CME Group for sponsoring the next little bit here. I just want to give a quick look in on futures now. S&P is up 50 basis points, up 35 handles, 65.90. Nasdaq up 111, Russell up 18. Gold had a little rally there off the Williams comments as well. Bonds are largely bid. I think the market is pretty sensitive right now to these Fed comments, right? I mean, we finally are in a situation where we're seeing some strain, we're seeing some concern, we're seeing volatility rise. The economy has been slowing. People want to hear that there is, more liquidity coming. Everybody wants the liquidity spigot always turned on. And so as the Fed has been slow playing the December rate cut because they see sticky inflation, they've seen loose financial conditions, the market has gotten a little bit more concerned. And then yesterday, kind of the follow-on from the Fed minutes said similar. We get the NVIDIA reversal. There's more panic, more fear. What do we get this morning? We get a speech from Fed Governor
filled.
Williams, where December is, back on the table. Probably never was off the table, but that relief, at a nice technical level there, provided some ballast for a bump this morning. But we'll see, right? We get more data this morning. We're gonna have more Fed speak, but we are in a tough position here too, liquidity wise, as we transition to next week. It's a holiday shortened week. Volume's a little bit weaker. We also are through options expiry next week too. So the market trades a little bit truer when we are in the early part of the next options calendar. And so the probability of larger moves or for fundamental reasons to matter as opposed to, gamma levels and OPEX becomes more important. And so I think we're setting up for some, some downward chop over the course of the next few weeks as the market is wrestling with this reality of a changing narrative on the AI CapEx story.
Christ.
It's concerned a little bit about the pace of economic momentum in the U.S. We're not getting data. We're not getting a lot of data. We're getting stale data. And so, we're in a tough spot here. And so, but, to Pax's point, respect price, respect the levels, don't have bias. And let your process work for you.
This right now we're churning the 24,000. The Nasdaq is churning. All right, so both the markets are churning their 100-day moving averages. The Nasdaq 100-day moving average is 24,273. 24,273. I'm trying not to speak in a Chicago accent. When the market opens, the South Side accent me is going to come out. Right now, I'm trying not to. 24,273, and the SPOO 100-day is 65.81. 65.81. So we're churning the 100-day moving averages. Yesterday's close was the weakest that we had since September in both the markets. The cash close, I don't pay attention very much to the margin close unless we close at our ass. And yesterday they saved it from close. That's something also that was a little, a little telling was the fact that they did not close the market on their asses. They saved it and pushed them off their lows a little bit. So, this is going to be a fun trade. It's a fast tape too. This is a very fast tape and it's very thin. Look at the size of the bids and offers in the S&P is, and this is again why you trade on the dome so you can see this. It's two up. We're two on the bid, five on the bid, five on the offer. So the S&P right now is kind of trading like the Nasdaq oftentimes does, that is a sure and steadfast sign to cut your size. Trade smaller coming out of the opening range. All right. Logan says holding rates would allow Fed to assess restriction.
She's not a voter this year. She's been a hawk, so she's saying would find it difficult to cut again in December. So she is pushing back a little bit against the Williams comments. Look, we're going to get a lot of back and forth from the Fed heads. I don't think there was anything particular in yesterday's payroll print that really changes kind of where anybody was. And that was a September data point. The issue that the Fed has right now is that the next payroll release will be after the meeting. So the Fed is meeting on December 9th and 10th. The next payroll release will come on the 16th of December. So after they meet. So, we'll get the weekly claims data, which has been largely fine. Continuing claims yesterday did show a new 52-week high. So a little bit of a concern on that front. The ADP data, we get that weekly as well on job creation. So there'll be some data that comes over the course of the next few weeks. But I think the most important thing for the Fed now is going to be, watching financial conditions. Are they tightening here between now and the next meeting? Is the market concern, the market strain going to be an issue for them? And look, I think a market that is thinking that the Fed may not be there to support them is a market that is going to trade scared. And when you have some concerns about the AI CapEx story and the bubble, and you see reactions like yesterday to NVIDIA, you're going to think twice about kind of redeploying in the size that you were before. And so I think that this market has, to get through a lot of that overhead supply and that overhead, negative narrative here that, is leading to, some of the strain. And when you see the markets kind of trading below the 50-day, trading through the 100-day again, RSI's, rolling over, MACD's rolling over, all these technical indicators are showing some strain. And the other thing too, which I think was interesting yesterday, kind of going through my FinTwit thread, was people couldn't ascribe a quote reason to why we reversed yesterday. Everyone kind of felt like it came out of out of left field. But I think that's precisely an environment that should be concerning for folks when you can't really identify in the moment a headline or a reason why. You should be thinking about sizing down your length. You should be thinking about playing smaller if you don't really have a view about the why. And so I think there's plenty. We've talked about a variety of different reasons about why we've reversed or why we could reverse. But when it happens in the moment and in such a violent way, I think it's going to lead to a little bit more hesitation for folks as they're trying to redeploy capital into this year-end trade. And so that may be another headwind to the tape over the course of the next couple of weeks here. But we'll see. We're 24 minutes into the open, and again, thanks to our sponsor, the CME Group, for this segment. But Pax, we're gonna watch you live trade again this morning, right? And we're gonna get into this spread trading idea. I think again that you've talked about. I know you spoke to Jim about that last week. I don't know if you want to kind of get into that dynamic about trading the minis versus the micros again. But looking forward to watching you do it live here. It should be a good time.
So yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to it too. The mini micro spread is a way that something I came up with to help underfunded traders learn how to trade. You can trade 20 lot minis, micros, 10 lot micros, 20 lot micros, but you're going to pay a lot of commissions. If you learn how to trade out in the spread, you're going to actually learn how to manage remember earlier, two types every trade. If you trade out trading minis or trade in minis and out in micros, not only will you learn how to manage your risk or manage your expenses, in my words, but you will learn how to manage your profit and to exploit it. There are multiple ways of adding to your size in this. Now, again, from my standpoint, I'm going to size down. Normally, I trade either 8 to 16 lot mini units, and I'll take profit and add along the way. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to trade 2 lot and 20 lot micros to show you guys how to trade the spread. Now, listen, let me answer some of these questions up here. I do not trade Marcus Anderson. I do not trade outside of regular trading hours. Very rarely will I. I will sometimes on a Sunday night. I will sometimes on the quarterly reopen,
Order
but
filled.
normally I do not. I like opens and I like places where I know, especially where I'm wrong. Okay. So I don't trade outside of regular trading hours. Besides, outside of regular trading hours is for working out. It's for spending time with my family, and it's for sleeping and eating good food. You know, not for trading.
Order
You know,
filled.
regular trading hours is for trading. Outside, I need to take care of my spirit. I need to take care of my mind, and I need to take care of my body. I need to be on top of myself, self-aware, self-possessed, self-confident. And if I'm sitting in front of the screens constantly, I'm not going to be any of those things. I'm a gambler, and I'm not a gambler. This is a business, and in my I pay for my, I support my family and pay for their lives in my business by employing this like a fucking business. I'm not going to. So we're getting close to the open. Here it comes. I'm not going to start to gamble
Order
with my
filled.
dough. My family doesn't deserve it, and neither do I, frankly. So outside of regular trading hours, it's not for me. Again, I need to take care of my mind, my body, and my spirit, and that's what I'm doing outside. Um, the My stops, I'll show you how I work my stops. Pay attention to the domes when I'm trading. I don't pay attention to time frames during the day. Okay, I only have a 60-minute up to show how the market moved through my rotations. When the market opens, my chart, I'm going to change it to a 15-minute. When the market opens on my chart, I will be able to see the opening ranges populate in here, and then the 15 handle rotations are going to populate. I'm only going to trade those, and I'm aware of them on the domes. I actually can, if I knew how to, if I was more technically inclined, I can bring it up on here actually. So, I'm going to
Order
keep it
rejected.
simple. I'm going to manage the spread, and I'm going to show you, hopefully, I'm going to have a chance to show you how to start small in a fast tape, how to manage yourself in a fast tape, how to manage your trades in a fast tape, how to start small and size up a little bit along the way. Trading the mini micro spread, there's multiple ways of doing it, okay? So this is spread trading. This isn't quite, an actual live spread trading. This is more of a synthetic or kind of a, theoretical spread trade. But when you're new to this, it's going to seem overwhelmingly complicated, but it's not. It's very, very simple. It's just something that you're going to need to listen to every Friday when I do this. It's something that you're going to have to just kind of take your time learning and take notes, okay? Because when it starts to click, this is a super powerful way for you to be able to empower yourself as maybe an underfunded trader. Somebody had asked about account size, about 25. I don't know where that went, and I do want to kind of address that about like $25,000 into an account. Now this is, I don't know anything about you, and so I'm not going to be able to answer that question for you. I am of the learned opinion that you don't need a ton of money in your trading accounts. I don't keep a ton of money in my trading accounts. I keep as little in there as I need for margin. I have T-bills that indemnify my account. And those T-bills are controlled by me. So if the firm goes under, or I lose a bunch of money, my T-bills will take care of my margin. But the point is that, you don't need to have $500,000 in your trading account to be able to trade 4 lots. The leverage that futures give you can be a trader's greatest friend. It can also be a trader's greatest enemy. The intraday margins of a nickel of $500 or $500 a day can be your greatest friend. It can also destroy you if you take outsized risk. Like somebody had asked me about a couple years ago what my RR was. I have no idea what RR is. I had to Google it. I'm gonna, and I mean, I know what it is. I didn't know it, and like internet shorthand. So I'm not gonna risk 5 points to make 15, or 5 points, 5 points to make 5 points. I'm not gonna risk 5 points to make 10 points. Whatever the market gives me is what I'm gonna take. So back to let me put this hourly back up. Back to yesterday. right here. See? All right, back to yesterday. The market gave us a lot. If I sell 47s, they go 47 bid, I'm out. I'm going to get stopped out a lot. If I take somebody to ask me earlier, if I limit my round turns, I do. I call it my 2x4. Okay. If I take 2 expenses, I'm going to cut my size.
Order filled.
And then I'm going to give myself 2 more expenses, and that's it. Not money. I should never. Here's a whole nother issue or a whole
Order
nother
filled.
thing. If I'm trading 4 lots, 4 minis, I don't. I trade 16 or 8. But if I'm trading 4 minis, I should never. What do you guys think your max drawdown should be on a 4 lot trading? Put it in the chat. Let me see what your answers are. What do you think that your max drawdown on a 4 lot would be? If you're trading 4 lot units, what would your max drawdown be? A deuce? I don't know. Oh, some of you know what the answer is. Okay. All day long, there you go. You should never spend more than $800. If you're trading a 4 lot, you should never spend more than $800, period. That's it. You spend $800, you cut your size and put yourself on the bench until something becomes utterly clear to you. And, if you're trading a 2 lot, like today, I'm going to trade in 2 lot minis and out in 20 lot micros. You should never spend more than $400. Now, if I'm spending more than $800, I'm over trading. I need to be able to manage my expenses to the point that once I pay for my trade, I'm even. Now listen. Okay, now, I don't trade my P&L. Nowhere on here will you see my P&L up. I keep track of how many round turns I take, how many expenses I take. And when I'm trading smaller, I'll take a little bit more expense. When I'm trading bigger, I'll take a little bit more expense. And also, I'm a very well capitalized trader, so I can, I don't mind taking bigger expenses in markets that are moving because I know that I'll make more money. But the point is that I need to protect myself with, just a simple 2x4. 2 expenses, cut size, give myself 2 expenses. Commissions. That's why we trade in minis and not micros. It's going to cut your commissions in half. I don't, ball out my, this is going to sound like a contradiction in terms. At one point, I was paying $100,000 to $150,000 a month for my E-mini commissions when I was on the floor trading the big NASDAQ. What many of you don't realize is that the NASDAQ was $100 a tick per 1 lot, $100 a tick. And then they changed it to half ticks and then quarter ticks. So we were $100 a point. Could you guys imagine trading, the NASDAQ at $100 a point with a 300, 400 point range? It was some hairy shit. A lot of those guys did not survive. I mean, like they're dead, like they died.
Right.
It was fun if you knew how to manage yourself. But anyway, so.
But Pax, the idea is to enter with minis and then to use the micros as risk mitigation, as P&L extraction tools,
Yes.
right? So you're entering with the minis, you're using the micros to help adjust your position. So you're, instead of being, if you're in short 1 mini and then you cover with 2 micros, and now you're short 0.8 minis, right? And that's the idea, is that you're kind of using micros to scale up and size down, book P&L, stop out, and in a way that helps defray your commission costs, and also helps you if you're a smaller trader, so you don't have to trade these kind of big units, right?
Thank you for bringing me back. Yeah, Craig, that's exactly right. Yes, and it gives you the ability as a small trader to learn how to add your position. So let's go back to yesterday. Let's say you sell a 2 lot, you sell 2 minis at 32.5. We make it down to 17.5. You buy 5 micros, you buy 10 micros. So now you're short 2 and you're long 10. We go 17.5 offer and you want to add your position, but you don't have the margin. You cover the micros, and now you're back being short 2 from 32.5. And then down to 05, you buy 10 micros back in. So now you're short 2 here, long 10 micros here. This is a great way to be able to learn how to add to your positions. It's the same thing as trading a 4 lot. 1, you sell 4, you buy 2. You sell 4 more, you buy 2, right? So, but you need the margin in your account. You need the experience to be able to know how to handle yourself and keep your expenses low. This gives you the ability to start to learn how to add to your positions without actually adding to your risk. You're short 2 from 32.5. You buy 5 micros at 18. You buy 5 more at 17. You're short 2, long 10, you pitch the micros here underneath here, and you're back being short 2. Does that make sense, or is that confusing? So then we get down to O2AF, you buy 10 back in. We go O2AF offer, you pitch the 10, you get out of the 10, and now you're back short 2 from 32F. You just keep adding to your position. It's like you're short 4. It's a great way to learn how to add. It's a great way to learn how to trade. So many of you guys are learning from some fucking bullshit. And I don't know how you're going to survive. If you want to have a long-term profitable career, 90% of traders are going to fail. Why in God's name do you want to think and act like 90% of traders? I don't. I want to think differently. 1 to 3% of traders are going to ultimately sustain long-term success and become financially free, spiritually free, and emotionally free. What do I need to do to be them? I tweeted last week, if you want to be exceptional, you must do exceptional things. So, I don't know. This is it right here, right? This is the greatest business in the world. Yeah. You said something about Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Craig, and I want to get back to I want to mention that. CME Group, what's the line? CME Group where
risk meets opportunity.
Yeah. Well, without the CME Group, I'd have been a Chicago policeman like my brother Patrick, or a fireman, or a gangster, or a priest. I walked onto the Chicago Mercantile Exchange floor as a runner in 1988, making minimum wage. And I was at one point one of the biggest traders in the NASDAQ pit, and I did that because I'm not necessarily smart, but I'm ballsy. I have good native intelligence, and I believe in myself. I'm self-confident. I walk into every room like God sent me. I walk down to that floor like God sent me. I walked into that pit like God sent me. And nobody can hold me back but me. So you guys have to learn how to think like that. You guys have to learn how to visualize yourself becoming, one of those traders, become not just financially free, but emotionally, spiritually, and physically free. You must learn how to do that, and you need to walk into every room like God sent you. If you don't trade. Don't trade. Do the work that you need to do to feel that self-confidence, that self-awareness, that self-possession. You're worth it. I'm worth it. The people you love are worth it, and the people you love are worth it. But most of all, you are. Do the work. Don't cheat yourself.
I think one of the most interesting things, important things that you said earlier, just has to do with the idea. Yesterday was yesterday, right? You either traded it, you didn't. You made money, you didn't. You weren't there. You were at the doctor, whatever it is. Today's a brand new day. You can't look back at yesterday and say, I wish I was there. I should have done this. I could have done better. Whatever it is, right? Today is a new day to trade. And, you could use some of the history about why things happen, whatever, but today is a new day, and there's just as much of an opportunity to make P&L today as it was yesterday, as it will be Monday, and every day going forward. The only way you can't make your P&L is if you lose your seat, right? Is if you blow your account. And today is Capital Preservation Friday, so I did want to remind us of that. And so if you've had a good week or had a good day yesterday, make sure you're banking some of that, right? And so you never put yourself in a position where you lose your seat.
No, never. No, and I've done those things. I never lost my seat, but I've blown accounts. My nephew's in here, Lucas Fred, my nephew. He said Pax is the best. Lucas, you're my nephew. If you don't say that, I'm going to crack you when I see you this weekend. But I love you too, kid. My nephew gave me one of the best compliments that anybody could ever give anybody. He's 30 years old. He's a very successful real estate developer and app developer. And my nephew said, my nephew lived with us when we were broke. We lived with them when we were at our emptiest financially. And my nephew said that Matt, Uncle Matt, he calls me, of course, like all the rest of you are the same person when you were broke that you are when you have money. You're the same guy. You're no different. And that is truly one of the best compliments I can be given, because that means that I'm free, right? Because I'm emotionally, spiritually, and I'm free. I've done the work. And that means that when I have set myself up to lose my account or to blow my account, I've got the character, the ability, and the integrity to be able to rebuild. And that's what we've done.
Yep.
That's what we've done. And none of us are an island. We all do it together.
Yep. All right. So we're about 7 minutes to the open. What's the T-minus 7 minute plan for you here? What are you going to be watching? How's the preparation right now? What are the things that I know the opening range is what, the first 30 seconds, right? Is
Mhm.
that's defined. Any
Mhm.
other anything else here that we should be watching or thinking about as we get ready for the open?
No, so right now I'm ready. I'm focused. I'm confident. I'm carefree. I'm fearless and focused. I'm ready to take whatever the market gives me. Do we hold these lows and rally? Well, let's see. Are we going to chop around and do nothing? And I'm going to wait on the sidelines until the market starts taking out some of these 15 handle rotations. I don't know. We'll see. So I'm going to, now the only thing that I want to see is I want to see the opening range populate on here, and then I'm going to trade the breakouts. That's it. So I'm going to start to trade the breakouts. The 15 handle rotations will populate on here, and if the opening range is too choppy, if it's too quick and too indecisive, I'm going to wait until we take out one of the 15 handle rotations. Or if I miss the opening range for whatever reason, if it's too fast and too choppy, and the top of it is 82, and I try to buy 82s and I miss it, well, I'll wait for the 15 handle rotations. I don't diddle in the middle. I am not going to trade in the middle of nowhere. Every time I've done that, I've gotten killed. So I'm going to wait for the market to come to one of those algorithmic places, and I'm going to get long or short there. So, right now going into with 6 minutes in front of the market open, it is all about my mindset. It's all about kind of, my mind works quickly. So it's all about kind of slowing my mind down. It's about lowering my heart rate, lowering my blood pressure, so that when the market opens, I see all of this in slow motion whenever on the domes. I see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody sees it chaotically. I need to be able to slow things down. So when we get to like 827, 828, I'll do some box breathing, just some simple breathing techniques. So
Yep.
I'll breathe in 4 seconds, hold it 4 seconds, breathe out 4 seconds. Silver Liberty should have came here an hour ago, my brother. Should have been here an hour ago.
Now, now,
Too
Pax,
late now.
there's data that comes out at 9:45 and then again at 10 o'clock. So do you have a clock up there that you'll be looking at, saying there may be volume at this point in time, markets, not that you're looking at the data, more that it's happening, there may be volume. Is that a reason to size down ahead of it, or you just kind of let it go? It's not grade A data, it's not the NFP, but it could be market moving type data.
If I'm positioned, let's say the opening range is 82, the top of the opening range is 82, and I'm long and I pay for my trade, I take profit on it. I don't care what the market does. Most everybody, how many of you guys have been taught to flatten up before a number, or to flatten up in front of earnings? I don't do that. If I've got a lead on the trade, and I've paid for my trade, I've removed my risk, I've taken profit on it, I put in a scratch stop, the market is going to do what the market is going to do. Now, if I am not positioned, I am not going to try to time a position off of a number. If I'm already positioned, I'm going to remain and I've paid for my trade, taken
Stop
profit, I'm going
filled.
to remain in that position. If I have nothing on, I'm not going to try to time something on that number. That's gambling. There's just way I would, again, something else we're going to put on shirts. I would rather miss a move than to lose money all day, every day. And I can put, my head is so big I can put it on a hat. I would rather miss a move than to lose money. It's more important for me to Craig to be here, Monday than
Yeah.
it is for me to try to make my fortune in a quick, fast, or try to make my month in a quick, fast, and thin tape. It's more important for me to be here Monday. Like Tanya says, Tanya always says, and it's a great line. Um, uh, there's always going to be another bus. You got to make sure you're here for that bus.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, and with the VIX at 22, and we're in a negative gamma regime right now for the tape. I mean, the moves are going to be fast, aggressive, illiquid, and dealers are going to be chasing the tape in both directions, selling with the tape as it moves lower, buying back with the tape as it moves higher. We have expiry at 9:30 for SPX, and then we have single stock expiry all throughout the day. There's going to be a ton of volume across the board, so it should be a pretty wild day. But with volatility this big, sizing down, trading smaller, typically makes sense because you get the big movements in price already. That kind of justifies that activity. So, but we got 2 minutes here, so let's get those breathing. I see Pax is doing his breathings right now. I'm going to get into my breathing as well. Should be an exciting day for all of us here.
I also say a little prayer before the market opens. Not, I don't pray to God that I hope that, I don't pray to God to make money. I pray to God to remind myself that I am not God, that there is one and I am not it.
Yeah. Well, as we get into the tape here, just looking, in Nasdaq's up 65 handles, minis up 24 to 65.81, Russell up 10, gold's a little bit stronger, up 5, bonds a little bit big. The dollar is mixed, weaker against the yen, where it's been rallying kind of for weeks now, a touch stronger against the euro. So cross asset stuff seems a bit muted. Bonds are bid again, as I mentioned, but we'll catch this open here in a few seconds.
I've seen two people ask about the rosary. We're going to start. I'm going to start the rosary again on Monday. Sometimes I switch off my morning routine and I go to mass in the morning instead of praying the rosary. So next week we start praying the rosary all the time. We've got 20 seconds. So you should be right now. You should be confident. You should be carefree, fearless, and focused. If you're not those things, size down. If you're not those things, don't trade. There'll always be another bus. 10 seconds. So on my domes, I got the minis and I got the micros. 3, 2, 1, open. All right. I think 80 was the opening print. 65.80 in the S&P was the opening print. You can do this in the NASDAQ too. 65.80. So the opening range is the high and the low of the first 30 seconds. In a minute, you'll be able to see it on the chart. Look at this, Kevin. I have my crosshairs up.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm learning how to use computers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. The top of the opening range is, I think, 88 quarter or 88 half. Missed that shit. All right. 88 half. Missed that. You had to kind of pick a side. So the first rotation is going to be 03. I'll buy 03s. So 03 half is the first rotation. Okay. So we're going to use 02, 04. I'd like to buy 02s, 04s. Now, if you guys bought 88 halves, have your scratch stop in. So you can't lose money. Okay. Now we tested again. I don't like taking a pullback because pullbacks are usually expenses, but that pullback worked. Just, now be cautious. See, that's why I don't like pullbacks. So if you bought 88 halves, you scratched out your 88 halves, no harm, no foul. That does not count as an expense. The bottom of the opening range is 76. So it's a 12 handle opening, 76, 75. It's a 12 handle opening range. And I like wide opening ranges because they protect us. Here's the NASDAQ for those used trading. Oh my gosh, that was yesterday. Here's the NASDAQ, 254 to 174. Okay. 254 to 174. All right, get ready to sell them. Oh, I missed him. Oh, got him. Uh-oh. In my face. Oh, two expenses. So if I was trading 16 lot units, I'd cut my size to 8 because I just took two expenses in the face. So it's thin, whippy, and choppy. But since I'm only trading 2 lots and I'm doing this to kind of illustrate the spread, it's not. So this is a thin, whippy, fast tape. This shit is dangerous on the dance floor. That was terrible too.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this all day. Whippy all day.
Mm-hmm. Dangerous on the dance floor. Dangerous.
Cross asset stuff still kind of quiet.
Bonds aren't moving.
Yeah.
I almost bought some Bitcoin last night. Just missed it by a little bit. Oh, geez. Sorry. I was looking at one of my upper screens.
Hmm.
And I sold 76 quarters, scratch stop in, now rotate lower. And I'm out, no harm, no foul. See how I did that? Sold 76, 75s on a sell stop. They went offered. I put in a scratch stop immediately. We went offered a point in my favor. That's when I put in a scratch stop. So I've got 2 expenses and a couple of scratches. If I was trading, like normal size at this point, I would wait for the rotations. So I think that's what we're going to do. I'll take one more attempt to the upside. What is the top of the NASDAQ opening range? 254. No, cancel. Oh, that would have been a good buy. All right, now I got them. Scratch stop in, scratched out. Got them again. Another instant expense. Watch the NASDAQ matchups, 242. So you're out of those fast. See, all right, now I want to illustrate how we do this, but the market just isn't going anywhere. So I'm going to illustrate how to wait. I would rather buy them above 03 or sell them below 61. Anything in between that right now is just, it's noisy, it's fast, and it's dangerous. There is no opportunity to make money. The less we trade, the happier we're going to be. Now watch your matchups. Let me see if I can pull the NASDAQ in here. Geez, the NASDAQ is even violent. The NASDAQ is violent looking.
Yeah, NASDAQ underperforming a little bit here.
Bottom of the NASDAQ opening range is 174. 174. So watch your matchups. NASDAQ 174. S&P 76.75. 174. Watch here. See? 174, bottom of the opening range. Look at all the bars are just banging back and forth. S&P 76.75. So watch these matchups. This is a very fast tape. Top of the NASDAQ is going to be 254. Wow. An 80 handle OR. We had 100 handle opening range in the NASDAQ during the tech bubble burst, where you could sell all you want at the top of the opening range and buy all you wanted at the bottom of the opening range. It was one of the greatest opening range trades of my life. It was free, absolute free money. All right, matchups are telling you to wait.
Yeah, best performing sectors right now, intraday. Housing up. That's on the bond strength. Retail's up 2%. Worst performing sectors are Bitcoin, emerging markets, semis are down.
Look, the NASDAQ cannot, now the NASDAQ is getting above the opening range. Okay, so the matchups, the top of the NASDAQ opening range is 254. Top of the S&P opening range is right here at, where'd it go? Is right here at 88.5. So the market is struggling to rally, but it can't. It's having a difficult time. That doesn't mean that it doesn't. It just means that right now it isn't. So if you bought 88 halves and they popped to 92, 93 to come back down, you're taking a scratch your roof for 2. You buy 54s in the NASDAQ, you could be pitching them for nothing. So your RR is kind of your risk reward right now is no good. I can buy 88 halves all I want and scratch them out. I don't want to trade in that environment. I want to buy 88 halves and sell them up here at 03 or 02, 04. But we're not doing that. We are not able to achieve the first 1500 rotation. So that tells me at this point that I would rather wait till we get above here. Because then, once we get above 02 or we get to 02, that means, and the NASDAQ get to the 65 handle rotation, that means that, where'd it go? 65 handle rotation, the NASDAQ is 319. That means now that the algorithms have direction. The algos have control of the market. They have direction in the market, and I am here to surf it. I am not a market maker anymore, my brothers and sisters. I was a market maker for many years, and this is one of the most difficult things for me to learn. I am not a market maker. I am a market taker. And right now, the market isn't giving us anything. Nothing.
Which is ironic because yesterday was such an active day. People probably came in today looking for that kind of activity, and really we're we're in wait mode.
But, yesterday also, that's a great point. Yesterday, we sat there for an hour and a half
Yeah.
before we moved. It was an
Yep.
hour and a half into the day before we broke like crazy. All right, now 174. Now, okay, now the matchups are coming into play a little bit clearer. I don't like here, listen, this is another thing too. I don't like auto center on my DOMs. I like centering the screens on my own because it gives me an idea as to who's leading. So you see the NASDAQ just came down to like 74 to the bottom of the opening range and then popped. So I can see that the NASDAQ is, all over the place and non-committal in the opening range, and so is the S&P. This is an untradeable, absolute untradeable. Cannot trade the market inside the opening range. You'll get killed. There's no reason to, because the algorithms right now are searching for direction. The algorithms are moving at pico, at the speed of whatever the fuck that is, picoseconds or whatever, and go. Give me something to show everybody here. Okay. There. All right. The NASDAQ took out 74, so I sold those and let them work against me, or let them work my way. So now I want to buy 5 micros at 62-ish. So I'm short 76, or I'm short 77s actually. No risk. Scratch them out. See how that works? No risk on those shorts. Sold them, scratch them out. They're back bid above in my face. So I'm out. No harm, no foul. So if you're trading 20 lot micros, you're banging out all kinds of commissions. If you're trading 2 lot micros, you still have commissions, but they're manageable, at least according to what you can make. Yeah. All right. Let's see what some of the comments are.
Yeah, it's 9:40, so we get some data in 5 minutes. It's the ISM flash PMIs for manufacturing services. So we'll see, give some read there on pace of the economy in November on labor market and inflation. So could be mildly market moving. Then at 10 o'clock we get the University of Michigan sentiment survey, which typically has some could have some fireworks associated with it. I expect sentiment will be poor, inflation expectations will be high.
I know the NASDAQ is not a bigger contract. The NASDAQ is in fact smaller. And because the NASDAQ is smaller, the NASDAQ gets like an algorithmic push quicker than the S&P does. And that push then can also move the market a lot further than what the S&P does. The NASDAQ is a much bigger contract, at least judging from volume and open interest. NASDAQ sell at the time. Oh, chap cap! Don't get in the habit of scalping the opening range. You'll get run over and get killed. Remember, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Your career is not defined by what you make or lose in one day, as long as you don't lose too much. So make sure you're here for tomorrow. How are you moving so quickly to break even on the dome? Do you have hockey? No, just the mouse. Watch. I'll show you again. Just like click on the bids and offers. This is the bid side on the dome. This is an offer side on the dome. So watch the offers roll. The offers right now are rolling the market back inside the opening range. Well, NASDAQ is this is just Garbone, man. Now you got the indices doing 2 different things. You got the S&P moving down towards the bottom of the opening range. You got the S&P moving down towards the bottom of the opening range. You got the NASDAQ still a little bit. Now they're starting to move. I want to see them move together. I don't want to see them move opposite. All right, now let's see. Got that number in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Advanced decline is pretty favorable here too. Russell's outperforming, so a little bit of a rotation away from tech right now.
Off from you, dirty dog. All right, I'm out. Oh shit! I covered them and they were good. Well, they're not going anywhere. All right, now the market is trying to break. We're below the opening range. The S&P is trying to break. We got that number coming out in 2 minutes. Look at how fast this tape is. So if you're not trading with which like with the stops like I do, or getting in and out really quickly, you're just your risk reward is just not there. It's too quick, and we still have not gotten to the first rotation up or the first rotation down. Look at we are banging around in the OR. Gold's starting to sell off a bit. Silver's weaker than gold is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk off flavor
Yeah.
there.
Why is that? More
Yeah,
so.
I mean, crypto's weak. Metals have been weak. I think there's just general liquidity drain going on and risk asset weakness. I think the stocks are up because it's a little bit of a relief from yesterday right now. Vol's down a little bit, but the day is young yet.
Man, on Wednesday, I was trading normal size. On Wednesday, me and Leo, I had it was a really good trading day, and it was clear, and there was reason to spend money. I was trading 4 lots and 8 lots, and that was in the minis. It was a good day. This just sucks. You sell 76 quarters, you're scratching them out. They look good. You got the edge now. That's another thing. Edge. Everybody defines edge. Everybody talks about edge, but nobody takes the time to define it. Edge. Oh, here comes a number. Look.
Yeah, it came in. Yeah, it came in basically in line. Manufacturing a little lighter, services a little bit better. I mean, kind of a not so important, not so important figure there. Bonds, no real reaction. Dollar a touch stronger on it. Yeah, look, it was a fine number. Basically, it's suggesting an economy that is, okay, slowing a little bit, not horrible. Does that push the Fed back from cutting a little bit? Maybe. We'll see. Kind of less. I think the market will just keep moving on today.
Okay. Look at no liquidity in the NASDAQ too. I mean, there was no bids and offers for like 20 points for a second. Now the NASDAQ is starting to flush a bit. And the NASDAQ was starting to flush a bit back to the opening range. All right. So again, I'd rather sell them. Here's the rotation, 61.75. So nobody really should be short this unless you're, I don't know, kind of gambling. But underneath, I will sell 62s. No, 61, 63. I will sell 63s and sell 61s. Until then, I will remain flat. See if the market can get down to that rotation. If we can get down to that rotation, I'll sell them off. Let's see what the NASDAQ rotation is. 109. The NASDAQ rotation is 109. 109 and a half. All right. Let's see if we can get something to do here. Short 63s. Uh-oh, they're popping in my face. Oh, geez. So the first rotation has been reached. We take out that rotation. We got another 15 handles. See how it oh my gosh. See how it populates? If we can get below 61.75, the next one will pop in. The NASDAQ has made its first rotation down to 09 and a half. So the next rotation, 65 handles, is 44 and a half. 44 and a half. What is the overnight low in the NASDAQ? 904. 23,904. Back up to the opening range.
Yeah, advanced declines coming in a little bit, still favorable, pretty favorably positive. Housing stocks best performing, retail good, Bitcoin related poor. Semis are for SMH down 125 basis points, so that's part of your tech weakness there.
Here we go.
Nvidia is down $2.50.
This market's trying to break. Does it? I don't know. Geez, I can't keep these screens centered enough. I mean, the NASDAQ was just 100 lower. We just rallied. The NASDAQ just rallied almost 100 points. The NASDAQ low is 0.1 half. They made it down to this rotation, took it out by a few points, and my God, look at it. 100 handles. The NASDAQ, this is dangerous, dude. If I was trading normal units like this, I'd be down like 15,000. And that wouldn't be.
This is what you get in a low 20s vol world, right? I
Mhm.
mean, and the Nasdaq vol's above 30, so
Yeah.
it's surely acting like it.
But okay, yes, that's the point. That's a good point. But when vol is up like that, normally we get some really good price action one way or the other. Right now we're just banging back and forth in the opening range, and that's nothing but a money losing situation. So we get down to 09.5. It's worth it to take a shot. We go bid, get out. It's worth the expense because this shit is when this market starts moving, we have a lot of reason to follow through with VIX being elevated.
Yeah.
But right now, we're not going anywhere. That's the dangerous part. You want to be aggressive in a market at least I do. I want to be aggressive in a market, in a highly volatile market. But when the market isn't going anywhere, you got to size down, you got to wait. And so trading the mini micro spread hasn't even given us anything to do yet. Go back and watch. You want to see a market moving? Go back and watch the me and Leo trade the other day. That was a market that had some rhythm and flow. This is a market that's waiting for the number at 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern, and then we'll make up its mind. So, like, if I was in the Nasdaq pit at this point, I would have sold them. I would have sold 74s, covered some. Yeah, if there was a bid, I would have sold them. If there wasn't a bid, so right now I turn around and start bullshitting. And where'd you guys eat last night?
Right.
What did you guys do? And then and eat and sit flat. Or I'd go to the Merc Club. The Merc Club was a private club that we belonged to, where you can just go and eat and drink coffee.
Sitting and waiting is a position, right? Doing nothing
is.
is a position. So
Yeah. Just turn around and start talking. What are the kids doing? When are the kids coming home for Thanksgiving?
what do you got planned for the weekend?
Yeah, what do you got planned for the weekend, right? Or just start busting balls, making fun out of the guy next to you.
Yeah, some in the chat's mentioning gold. I think gold's interesting. If we start to get into a situation where markets are reeling and desirous of more liquidity, gold typically will anticipate that. So I'm keeping an eye on that for next week.
I don't know. Yeah, next week. Gold right now is just it's non-committal either. I want to be long gold at 39.83. We're 100 points away from there. I don't really want to. I'm not really interested in being short gold anywhere, except for 43 after 44 even. I'd sell that if I was flat. But there's nothing. All right, let's see what some of the chat's saying. Some of the questions. It seems like a fraud. Yeah, Edward. It seems like a flush down to pre-market lows. I know. We're below. If we're below 76, 75, that's what it seems like, right? But then we come back into the opening range and do nothing. Leo, Leo. I don't normally trade NASDAQ anymore. I normally trade S&P only because because of that reason, I can manage my stops a lot quicker. I can manage my expenses better with the S&P than I can the NASDAQ. If I sell 74s in the NASDAQ, I can end up buying 90s, and I'm gonna have to consider that a small expense. Like, oh, okay, now that's a whole nother thing too. In this market, I'm out for a tick or two ticks normally, right? I mean, but in this market with higher vol, those 1 or 2 tick expenses become 1 or 2 or 3 points. The ATR right now, the ETR, did I say ETR? The ATR right now is 113 points in the SPO, right? So when that increases, when the ATR increases, my expense ratio is gonna increase because I'm going to make more money when the market starts moving. Again, so normally if I sell in the S&P, if I sell 76, 75s, and it goes bid, I'm going to pop myself out of that position for a tick or 2 ticks. In this stuff, it's going to be a couple of points. I've got to be okay in expanding my my expense ratio in a market that has a wider ATR. But I also have to do like I did today and be very quick and not trading it. You see what I mean? Does that make sense or no? I think it makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you guys. Points only. What about spread trading today? Well, I mean, we're not doing anything. If the market was doing something, I would show you. But the market is absolutely not doing anything.
Decent little VIX slam there. Probably see a lot of that throughout the day.
I think anytime we get bid above the opening range, I think we can see the VIX get slammed a bit. Okay, now I would rather buy these 03s than to buy 88 halves. But if anybody bought the top of the opening range, put your scratch stop in. If you bought 88 halves, put your scratch stop in. Do not turn cardinal rule of trading. Do not turn a profitable trade, even if it's 1 point, into an expense. All right, now you got the schnazzy. You got the schnazzy starting to rally. All right, now the Nasdaq is above the opening range, 254. So the Nasdaq is gonna trade up to 319 as long as it's bid above 254. If you're long the Nasdaq at the opening range, put your scratch stop in. Cardinal rule: do not. See, we're back to the OR. Cardinal rule: don't turn a profitable trade into an expense. I don't know that you can. With the proper count, I don't know that you can do those. I don't know if you can trade the mini micro spread. I know you can, but I think it's, the rules are different with each of those companies, those funding companies, right? So know the rules and and how they act and react. Yesterday was a huge trading day. Wednesday was a great trading day. I think I made like $10,000 on the stream. Today, nothing. Today is nothing. Today is a nothing day. A big nothing burger from a trading standpoint. That doesn't mean that we sit as a nothing burger. I hate that expression. Every time I hear that expression, it reminds me of Hillary Clinton. Nothing burger. But, today is a big nothing burger. I told my daughter, my oldest daughter is 28 years old, and I was talking to her the other day. We're very close. And she was, she's a young, young liberal, hip city girl. And she's very smart. And she was, she's asking me about, we're just talking about life and, and how you overcome things and shit. And, I reminded her, I said, Hillary Clinton is not my favorite person in the world, but she had a great line. Somebody had asked Hillary what it felt like to be married to the president. She said, look, if I married the gas station attendant, that motherfucker would be president. I thought that was a great line. So, the most important decision you guys make besides accepting God, or choosing faith in your life is to make sure you marry the right person. The most important decision besides faith, hope, and love in your life is who you marry.
Yep, agreed. I've been with my wife for almost 25 years too, so.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. And when you're married to the right person, you can withstand all kinds of trials and tribulations and, hold each other's hands through each other's weaknesses and, foibles and shit. I've got some experience in this. I was married before and I was, it was a miserable relationship and, we got divorced after 6 years, but, being married to the right woman in the last 20 years gave me the strength and the ability and the love and the space necessary to rebuild. I love my wife more than I can ever express. If I told her I love her 1,000 times a day, it still wouldn't be enough.
Well, we got 2 minutes left here to 10 o'clock. We get this data again. Market is grinding higher. VIX is down a touch, but really, I don't know, the reaction from after yesterday's sell-off, it's not so impressive, right? We're not really getting kind of the bounce I think people maybe were looking for as we head into the weekend here. So, but
You know, when the markets don't do anything and I'm on the stream on Fridays, I always feel bad. Like I don't get to teach you guys anything, and it makes me feel bad. I feel bad that I don't have any control over what the market is doing, but I feel bad that I'm not involved in this. I feel bad that I've got expenses. I feel bad that maybe I led you into expenses, but that's what the market gave us. Some days the market is going to give us expenses, and you've got to shut it down, keep your expenses, be okay with it, and accept it. Because sometimes the days are going to be like yesterday. Sometimes the days will be like Monday. This whole week has been a great trading week. Capital Preservation Friday means to slow down. If you take expenses, forget about it, move on. Do not try to make your money back. Make trades based upon your process, not based upon your P&L. Always. Rosary Monday, okay? Monday morning at 7:30, we're going to do the rosary on X. I'll put the link out on Sunday night. So guys, do not gamble with your dough here. We're not doing shit. We got a number out in a minute. Watch the size of the bids and offers disappear. All liquidity is going to disappear in front of this number. Look at the Nasdaq. It's got nothing going. Look at gaps. Look at, here we go. Nothing for 50 points.
Inline sentiment number, inflation expectations a touch softer than last month, but still reasonably elevated. So kind of a snoozer again there.
Stop failed.
But volatility will come in on that. Look, get a little pop on the back of that.
Pop back where? To the top of the opening range. What's up, fellas?
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
Pax.
morning.
Hey, Craig.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Chris, how you doing, kiddo?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Expo, how are you, Lynn?
I'm good. I'm good.
Short from the high, long from the low?
Long from the low, NQ and gold.
Of course you are. Well
Holding
done.
one for the data. We've had really, really good ranges, so the scalps paid really fast. 50 points in a flash each way, 90, 100. Yeah, so it looks like for NASDAQ, it's going to come back to my runner here on the data, and gold looks okay so far.
So again, guys, if you had big trading weeks, this was a 6-figure week for you. Preserve and protect your dough. Don't be a hero. Don't buy dips and sell rallies. You'll get run over doing that shit. Yesterday was an easy 200 points in the S&P, an easy 1,000 points in the NASDAQ. Today, got some ghoul. Preserve and protect your capital. I'm done. I'm done here anyway.
That was fun. That was a good time. That was a good 90 minutes. I appreciate it, Pax. Learned a lot from you on that power session there.
It would have been a good 90 minutes, Craig, if the market had actually done something.
I'm sure the next 90 minutes will do something for these guys.
I think so too. Yeah. All right, guys, have fun. Have a great weekend, everybody. Chris, God bless you. XY, God bless you. Everybody in the chat, thank you for your questions. If I didn't answer them, which I know I didn't because I was trying to concentrate on showing you something and nothing happened, leave me a DM on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at PaxTrader777. Go to my website, www.thepaxgroup.org. See, I just showed how old I am by saying www. Just go to thepaxgroup.org. and ask me questions or whatever. You guys trade them up. I'll see you all later.
Take care, guys.
Sí, vamos a disfrutar.
Take care, guys. Have a good weekend.
Sí, vamos.
You can't.
I'm gonna
They locked you in here with us. Oh, he found his way out. What's up, Chris? Good morning.
What up? What up? I was short at the highs earlier, and after some partials, I got stopped out on the rest, and here's the move. I just missed getting back in.
I've been long NQ the entire time until just stopped working, and then finally cracked and longed it again down here, probably the one right under the 130s, and Clearly wrong side of the market, but the longs have been paying me very well. It's also because these bounces have been really fast. I mean, anybody's chart, right? If you're looking at your chart, the move back down from the lows is super fast. Move back to the highs from the lows super fast. If you are trading at the edge in any direction, you'd have made plenty of money today already.
Yeah,
Gold,
what's
I've
up,
just been
chat?
sitting in the same
Morning,
trade, high low
everybody.
trail. Uh,
Hope you guys had a good week. It was a good short yesterday, huh? Hopefully you guys made your points.
yeah, I could not believe yesterday. I think by the time me and Nick signed off, we just cracked the range, and then like almost to end of day, one of my buddies like, can't believe we sold 1,000 points. I was like, we did what?
Yeah.
NQ's been really good to me today, though. I cannot complain.
We're seeing a lot of a choppy morning. Let me share my plan here. All right, guys. So yesterday we had a pretty big breakdown, and we are in the 4-hour lower low, lower high. You can see that here. We put in that low overnight. We bounced up into the declining 90 MA, or what looks like we haven't reached it, but maybe we've seen the high, and we rejected back down. It's a little bit choppy, but for both ES and NQ have the same structure here, where we are in a 4-hour 90 MA consolidation after a big drop. So typically I'm looking to align with that in short, and I was short earlier pre-market. Then and after taking partials, the open volatility took me out on the rest. But here's the hourly. We're seeing that choppy structure here because on the hourly, we have a failed breakdown reversal. We had an overnight wedge contraction. We broke lower. We created a failed breakdown, reversed back up, and then rejected again. So we're sort of ping-ponging back
Order
and forth
filled.
here. Scenario one has, if we can
Order
reclaim
filled.
24,200-ish and hold it, like actually hold it this time,
Order
then we can
filled.
push up into 340s, 350s. And then if strong, see 500. 500 is the back test of that, was it this week? Of this week's sort of support before the bounce. So that's strong resistance if we get up there. If we cannot reclaim this 200 area in NQ, then we can push back down to 24,000, probably 24,000, 24,040, and then bounce, which we sort of did in that push lower. We hit 60s, pretty close to it. So let's say now we can reclaim 200 and push back up, then we know we're going to be following scenario one and scenario 1.2. If we lose 24,000, then I don't see why we don't come down and make new lows into have 800 as a big area, which is the back test of this prior mostly August consolidation, and then maybe bounce. For ES, a little bit of the same, failed breakdown, struggling to get above 93. It really needs to get above 93 to push up to 66.18, which is back testing that consolidation from earlier in the week, which is strong resistance. We would pretty much be pushing up into that area. If we lose 65 60s, then we can come back down to 65 40s. And then if that fails, we move down to 64 90s, 64 80s, which is the next area of support, strong support. But right now it's a little bit of range bound action and nothing really for me to do in here. I know XY is catching these edges from one edge to another, right?
Yeah, only long side though. I'm a bit long biased for the session, but yeah, I'm only catching the long sides.
Hi, Tracy.
Um, I can go outline my whole thing. So for the Nasdaq, seeing this profile develop here overnight, to me, it's like if you don't trade order flow, it's similar. It's like a doji candle, right? We've got a pretty decent tail, some excess down here, right? Two attempts, and then this one led to a really good move up. Majority of the build is up here, and when they do trade lower, there isn't too much volume. So with that in mind, we're trading on the high side of the profile, and we're getting close to these edges right here where they've just completely held against the downside. And so we're getting close. We're getting close to view up, and they're just constantly bidding this. So I'm grabbing these longs and I'm scalping them out every time, trying to hold one for a big break, and they always come back. But then I'll get back in and again until it finally cracks, right? Takes that break-even runner and then dips down. So the first move down below VWAP led to this spot where volume tapers. So you can see this wick right here. Let me blow up the candle. This candle here wicks off right at this edge outside of the value where volume starts to really taper. There's a lack of interest in the market. And if they show me that again, I'm long again. So I'm long again. And this move is crazy. This one paid really big. All these trades, only 3 lots for me, because it's a really fast moving market. Even if my stop is tight considerably, it's still like 20 points. And then you have to account for possible slippage. This one finally got the break, which was nice. I held one for data, and that one came back break even. So these have been paying really well, even though they're just 3 lots. The moves have been 90 points, give and take from edge to edge. This one ran a lot, many points, almost 160, 70. But I didn't take that one off because, well, I have a really padded P&L. And if this were to convey, if the long down there was to convey, I do expect us to tag the 350s at the least and then the 400s. So I was willing to hold it and see if they hold this spot, the 170s, for the entire move up. So didn't pan out that way. Gold is being a little nicer to me. I don't actually know about this gold long anymore. It seems like it might be stalling because they're building in this node. I wanted them to continue higher and hold it as a low volume spot. Actually, you know what? I have a low of day grab. I'm not going to give up that access. I'll get into that in a bit. But gold, same idea. I wanted to see them pull back from this spot from the morning because we did have a hold here again. So they finally peaked under this taper. There's not enough interest. Big candle out. Developing candle was pretty bearish at the time, but I think this is going to be a good hold. So I managed to get some longs. I literally limit ordered 3 at a new low of day, and it looks like I got very blessed on this. They cracked it, filled me, went maybe 2 ticks lower. And this is why I don't want to give up this access. This could come back to me, but this is low. This is literally low of day access. I don't want to give that up right now when this could possibly trade the 90s. Don't want to give it up for 10 points. That's the idea. Not willing to give up this access to the market for 10 points when this can go for 30. That's how I'm viewing this. It is risk-free at this point, but to me, risk-free, sure, you'll say risk-free, but there's still like $1,000 on the table, right? But I'm willing to let that play for the potential. But NQ, still I'm minding this right here. I do still lean bullish. Not too interested in shorts. If it continues to crack, we'll revisit the idea. But until then, I'm sticking to the long side NQ. Either I'm getting long or I'm doing nothing at all until we crack and build into this low volume spot, but we haven't yet. The plan has worked well for NQ so far, although ultimately it did trade lower and is trading lower. But while it was good, it was very good. I can't complain. I think this is definitely one of my better days P&L-wise for the month. So let's hope it goes well for the next 2 hours. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. Thanks for coming, guys.
And while we're watching, let's get those likes up, guys. Only 300, and there's 1,100 of you in here. Got to support the network. If not, XY is going to start charging.
Yeah. If you guys taper on the likes, things will start costing money. It's just the way life goes, guys. I don't control it. I don't make the rules. Are you still short from the highs?
No, the earlier action stopped me out after taking partials.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty volatile today. We've got about 150 RVol. For scale, yesterday was about 100. So I like it. This is definitely my kind of market. Easier to read order flow for me because everything's a lot more reactive. So see how the rest of the session goes.
So far, we failed to reclaim 93 in ES, so that's short-term bearish structure. NQ failed to reclaim 260s, which both of those, if you look at yesterday's price action, that 93 area was yesterday's midday towards the end day support. It lost it in the last 30 minutes, and all we did was back tested that, which was now resistance for ES. For NQ, that's the same thing as 260s. 260s, 270s, that was support into the end of the day, and then we broke lower. So this move up higher that we saw from the overnight session into pre-market, which is a bounce to backtest that resistance. So that was my original short. Back here, let me go to the 5-minute. It was pretty much this area here, which was a backtest of this consolidation.
They're still making these attempts at the lows. ES got stuffed 3,000 lots at the lows.
Yeah, I mean, I think unless we reclaim 93 in ES, 93, 95, and 260s, 270s in NQ, I think we see new lows.
Yeah, it's
So, I mean, that's
super
sort
heavy
of
right now. It's heavy and the bounces are getting more shallow. Anyways, good morning, chat.
Didn't I call 240s a couple days ago? I did in the shorts that we were looking for on Tuesday. I was looking for a move down here into 240s. You're right, we got there. And much weaker, right? We're now into below, we did sub 24K. Just tells you, I mean, yesterday was an expectation breaker. That term's mostly used on the swing trading side, but it's when you sort of have this expectation of a huge earnings event like Nvidia, maybe supporting the market and saying, okay, maybe this can now lead to a holiday type of bullish structure. And then yesterday we sold off pretty hard. So again, an expectation breaker. And those usually happen when there's a big structural damage. And so that's part of why I think we still can see lower before we have a sustainable bounce.
Yeah, the sell tape has not really stopped. Longs are much better when sell tape starts to go away, but we'll see. In my view, there's plenty of time and plenty of meat
I
on the
mean,
bone for
yeah, I don't see
longs.
how we can't make new lows.
Trying to break it down.
Only invalidate that if we reclaim 260s in NQ. But I mean, it's just choppy right now. Can't unless short from the highs, can't really do much here in case we bounce.
Good morning, Tracy.
We lost the hourly 9MA, so therefore more
There's that low.
confirmation on this break lower.
So I'm looking at chat. This kind of market is hate it or love it, huh? A lot of people are saying it's the worst. I'm having the best time with it.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the move I was trying to be in. This morning action was just not letting me stay in.
If you look
We're
at
coming
any
into
candles, the wicks are all on like the upside too.
yeah, very wicky. There's some support here around 24,040s. If we lose this, and I see I think we can make new lows, and I'll be looking too short.
If we lose this, yeah, we'll trade the 380s for sure almost. That's gonna be the new low of the swing on a higher time frame. This is where they had trouble building volume And if they start to actually find success in maintaining trade down here, that will be the signal that the market's ready. Well, the market's looking to go even lower. 15-minute, very bearish on these candles since the open. Yeah, that's definitely something. ES is trying to sustain a bit. There's actually a lot of tape crossing on the buy side ES right now.
On the daily, wouldn't I say 24,040 is crucial? No. To me, support is around 800, 23,800. That would be a back test of the July to August to September consolidation. Like that, bouncing from this short-term support at 40s. So far, all we have seen here, if I can move this over here, is scenario 2, which is failure to hold 200s in NQ and then move down to the next support area here at 24,040. And we're currently bouncing. So I see this as a range from here to here. And we're just ping-ponging in a pretty wide range here. So we need acceptance down here at 40s to then get a move to new lows. If not, we can push back up to the top of the range around 240s. Same with ES, tested the 68 zone, and if it can reclaim and hold, we see 93, if not new lows.
Did you guys ever test Ninja Trading Autobot? If yes, what's your thoughts on building a logic and small capital to run on bot? My brain is too small for that, so no. Trading View? No, this is Ninja Trader. Chris is on Trading View. Wait,
Yeah,
are you on Trading View?
I chart on TradingView.
Bearish 15-minute harmonic completed. Yeah, 15-minute has not done anything bullish since the open. As of right now, I am still longs or nothing. But obviously getting long now would be suicide, so we are nothing. Open a long position here. You just want to see something. On NQ. Yeah, no thanks. He just wants to see something. So it looks like they'll give back. They'll give back this candle here on gold.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, other than the morning action, this is good price action because it's literally trend following 101. We're in a downtrend, right? We found a low, we bounced into resistance. That was yesterday's support. Yesterday's support became today's resistance, and that's typically what you get in a downtrend. It was choppy in the morning, but you know, we're following that low, lower high, and then low structure. So it's just about finding ways for you to manage risk for me in alignment with that trend structure, right? So I was short here earlier. I got short here at the break of this 9MA structure. I took partials over here. And then this action here took me out on the rest. But when I try and get in these pre-market trades or right at the open, my idea is if I can get in, take partials, and then hopefully ride the rest for the rest of the day like you guys have seen me. So this is pretty much a really good structural day from what I can see.
Order
but it was
rejected.
just really choppy in the morning. And if it's going to go back and be choppy, then you know, a classical OPEC stay might not be a lot to do. That guy who said opening a long position here is making their
Yeah.
points.
Yeah, no. That trade is definitely not in my playbook. I really don't know. There's literally nothing that could have convinced me to get long down there. I'm just watching, so I drew a line, very simple. This is where taper is on the downside. I'm getting longs if they still show that it will stay a taper and we sustain build above the line, which we're doing now. That's going to be my first gauge.
Yeah,
The tape is
Cooper,
finally
you're
turning
right.
too. Well, E-mini scalper, don't feel bad about it. I mean, there's a lot of people who are going to say they're going to call out trades, and you never know. Before that, I mean, if anyone's been trying to long the down move, they might have been crushed already. Who knows? I wouldn't really. Anyone in the chat, don't compare your trading to his 1 million point long right now. Yeah, this was the key. Just this down here. I wanted to see it maintain a taper, lack of volume. Unfortunately, they didn't come back for me to get along under this line. So that's what the market does. Skilled, I never go past 10. Yeah, it's just stays at 10. Um, I manually reset often, but yeah, I keep it default 10. I have no interest in making it longer than 10, but I'll reset
And
if need
what?
be. So gold made a pretty cool move.
Wait, 10 what?
Um, on the DOM, there's a bid ask column, and
Oh,
you can
okay.
set it to like if price leaves this price for X amount of seconds, when it comes back, it'll give you a new print, like a reset.
All right, so we're just
What?
ping-ponging here. NQ back up to that 200 zone here. So it's just from one range here to now another range. Same with ES back to 93. It really needs to hold 93, form some acceptance up there in order to really have a sustainable move higher. If not, it's either chop. Then again, you have to think of it in sort of a range-bound action. You're going to need acceptance either above or below it in order to confirm which way it'll go. And
I'm
until
finding
that
some longs in
happens,
queue here.
you're just going to be range bound between support and resistance. Same for NQ. So let's see if we can get some acceptance on either side and then get on a trade.
I'm getting out those NQ longs. I will still try long in this range here. Just watching this tape.
What's NVIDIA doing? Oh, yeah. What do you want it now, huh? You wanted it a month ago at the same price. I mean, I wanted it. I was buying I was buying 180, 182 for the breakout into 200, and then it failed. I had to close. I had to close my runners, my partials. Everybody losing all the money they made yesterday. Very unfortunate. That's why you have to. I mean, for me, if you wait for your rules to be met, you lost 2 accounts yesterday buying potential pullbacks.
Wasn't yesterday the super, it was oh yeah, they made that high. They made that high. There are so many longs stuck at the highs yesterday. It was unbelievable. I think that was the last thing that we noted before Nick and I hopped off in the morning was if we do make a new low at that time, it's going to say a lot of things because finally they made the new high and they all got stuck.
I shorted the midday bounce, which happened around what time?
Lost the
1
work of
o'clock,
6 months. Ugh.
10 a.m. for us. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this one's lower unless we can reclaim resistance. Like it's just, it should be that straightforward. We're in a downtrend. You need to find acceptance of resistance. So on a lower time frame, you have a change of character. You don't have that. Price is
50-minute
telling you
candle is
it wants to
crazy.
go lower.
Crazy close on that 15-minute candle just now. Good morning, Nick.
Yo, yo.
Daddy's home.
That's a good bite. IB has been put in 270 points. A lot of passive bid at that new low.
Just need some acceptance down here to engage. So if we can hold 40s and fail to bounce like we've seen here, right? We move lower, bounce, move lower, bounce attempt. Let's say we reject and now we start forming acceptance. Well, that's a extremely micro change in structure, right? And then you can break down. I realize I'm on the 1 minute. I never trade on the 1 minute.
You're on the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying everyone's on the 1 minute.
No, I was. I don't know why I moved to the 1 minute. I feel like when VIX is really high, lower time frames are better. Or else your spread is going to be like on a stop like 100 points, 120 points. Well, for me, I know you trade differently, but
Omni says, look, I DM'd you already, but I want to show you publicly even. I haven't seen my DMs, so I have no idea. But if you're shilling me, hey, I'll take it. Looking at volume distributions within candles. Oh yeah, that's definitely what I do. Indicator used yesterday really works. Indicator. We don't want to talk about that one. That one's a secret. That one's a secret. You wait, because if we don't get enough likes on these streams, I have to sell it. So don't tell everybody, yeah? It's top secret.
what is what's the question? That's not a question. Well, how would acceptance look like? Acceptance is, let me go to the 1 minute again to show this. Is a change of character. What is this? I do not want, are these clouds? Let me look at this. Okay. So acceptance is when you're in a range like this, and you're sort of ping-ponging back and forth, right? You move up, rejection, you move
Así
down,
pues, queridos
reversal,
amigos,
move up,
amigos,
rejection,
debemos
you move
reconocer
down,
que la situación actual
reversal.
exige
If at one
medidas
point
drásticas. No podemos
this
simplemente
finds a
quedarnos
lower
de brazos
high
cruzados.
and then
Así
starts
pues,
rejecting,
queridos amigos, debemos reconocer que la situación actual exige medidas drásticas. No podemos simplemente quedarnos de brazos cruzados. Así pues, queridos amigos, debemos reconocer que la situación actual exige
of acceptance here where we bounced. One second, guys. Let me manage this and then I can
Trying to navigate chat.
all right, let's see if we can break lower. We're losing 40s. We need some momentum to the downside, or else we're just gonna shoot back up and remain range bound. So the idea behind my short is that we did have a little bit of a change in character here. I was sharing that we were bouncing back and forth, ping-ponging. The latest action here is when we came down to support, we bounced back up and rejected twice. That created a little consolidation. I call it a 9MA sort of box, wedge, whatever you want to call it. But that's a change of character because we're now bouncing back up to the resistance area. So I'm shorting that because that is a way for me to manage risk. Price structure is telling me it's holding into support. And now the 9MA on the 1 minute is helping me drive price lower. Does that make sense? All right, I took half off at 1R just because I don't really trust this action. And now I can sit on the rest of this trade and just hopefully ride it to new lows.
Overnight low would be nice here. There shouldn't be too much in the way.
Hopefully that made sense on the question on acceptance. If we make new lows, I'm looking for 23,800. And hopefully my stop remains protected and I can participate in that. But I did manage my risk a little bit more conservatively in that I took half off at 1R, but we're breaking. And again, guys, going back to my earlier comment, we're in a downtrend. The only thing we did was bounce to create a lower high in the downtrend. Why would we argue against that, right? Like we're seeing lower low, lower high, lower low, bounce, lower high. Can a new lower low happen? All we did was bounce to backtest yesterday's support, today's resistance. And that's literally trend following 101. And I use price structure to help me understand the micro or the internal sort of potential path, which was acceptance, right? Because we were in a range from here to here. And as a trend follower, I want to wait for acceptance to help me then manage risk on a long or short idea. And that was micro acceptance. But in a high VIX environment, that's all you really need sometimes. And I will shut up now and see what we get.
Overnight low. Hoping to see that sooner than later.
Yeah, let's go for that and then lower. Hey, later video Arcade. Good job. It sounds like you're green.
Thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks
Hit
for the likes,
hit the
guys.
likes on
We're
the
at
way out.
4.
Don't forget.
We're at 474 now. Guys, I think we can get to let's shoot for 700.
700.
It's the last stream. It's the last Friday stream of November, because next week it's Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
Looks like they took out the gold runner here. Gold once lower, probably back down to the 50s right here. 40s, 50s. Flap A dirt. Sounds like you're green. Have a good weekend, man. Someone says longing, tight stop, super dicey. There's not much to hold the market right here in this range. So I would definitely not try it. Wow, the other guy said he's still long. You guys are crazy. Yeah, I'm trying to see overnight low. They're dragging their feet. Oh, pay dirt. That's what it is. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, have a good weekend, man. It's Friday. Don't mess anything up.
We can go make new lows.
It's got to make new lows, man. Like we're so close to overnight low. If it doesn't, it'd be a sad story. So close to the low.
The rest might stop me out, and I'm okay with that because I'm looking for lower. So I have to be okay with the rest of the trade coming back and stopping me out. Just have to, or else I would never be able to participate in trends if I get out when it's sort of going against me.
Yes, caught a lot of volume here. What is this? 45,
Nvidia's down
44.
4%. Yeah, I don't want to be long here.
Nvidia's down what?
Nvidia's down 4%.
4%? Oh man. For now.
Probably like 600 billion.
We're getting some good build here.
You know, we're looking like we're gonna bounce.
Yeah, we're due for a bounce, so it will, but the question is, will it just reoffer? That's gonna be the whole thing here.
So for NQ here, guys, remember we were looking at scenario 2 at a possible bounce from 24,040. failure there or acceptance could lead to scenario 2.1, which is a move to new lows. And what I believe we can see is 800. We can totally not see that happen, but my short is now in alignment with scenario 2.1 to see if we do make new lows. If not, we revert back to scenario 2. Same for ES. ES is at a support area, the 65.43. So can we continue to hold and bounce? If not, we do make a new low.
Looking to see if they can get to the IB and then the 9 EMA around the 60s.
And reject or
Possible reject. I'm trying to just take off profits at some point first.
oh, you're long?
I'm long, yeah. I'm gonna take off one.
Very nice.
I'm gonna hold this actually for the 60s. Get to the 50s here. So it came close. All right, I'm taking some off now. I'm gonna try to get 2 off here. Yep. All right, we're down to 1.
No quant. I trade with him though. I talk to him every day.
Urson says still holding your long. Look, at this point, my good sir, we're gonna assume you're holding it until the market closes because you've just held it through like 200 points in drawdown, I think. So I'm assuming you're a swing trader and you said you wanted 1,000 points on it. You'll be in it all day.
Yeah,
So this is where they definitely could reoffer. My stop is break even on my last lot here. That was a nice quick long, but they got a hold. So I do prefer to see a hold in the 980s range. Hopefully, if they're gonna bid this, they get back down there. But we have a sloping 9 EMA. So there's a reason I targeted it and I took my money off there because a sloping 9 means continuation generally. It's just there's a really crazy bid in the market right now, and they just rejected the volume they built on the way down. So that's
yeah,
a good bull case for now.
it's
But
more range bound today. So, it probably will be a sort of better day for mean reversion as we ping pong from all we're doing is keep expanding the range that we're in.
explain reoffer. So a reoffer is just like a continuation short on a pullback. You say reoffer because that's where the market had an offer. And then when it comes back to it, they offer it again. So in this case, it would be around the 60s, where they are looking to try to offer that now. So what I'm looking for now is where does that offer go? Right? Do they get what they want? Or do we hold right under the 400s? And I say 400s, it's not because of the number, but there's volume right under it that tried to break the market. They are being traded against right now. So if the market cannot go back to that volume and continue, things are likely going to shift from there. I'm going to get back in long, just one lot here. I want to get more size in the 30s. Don't know if they'll give me that.
Very good long.
So I'm going to try this one right here.
I'll probably take a stop on the rest of the trade here, and it'll be a scratch trade for me. And then if we form acceptance above 40, then that would change the microstructure again to then say, okay, we're going to hold and then push up to 200 again.
So what I hate about this long is I only have one lot right now. They're not really giving me downside to add. But right around 100 is going to be that old volume that we left in the market tried to build on. I'd like to take profits off there, but I'm only sitting in one right now. So it's going to be a decision, game time decision. They could certainly sell 100 even around that spot. But if we do start to build, I'm going to hold this one lot as like a cushion if we're up there. So that if we build
Beautiful.
above the 100s, I will use the open profits to get some size on and be able to mitigate any risk adding up there. So that's the plan for now. Market's got to give me the opportunity. So we will see.
ES is forming a really, really good range here from 65.40 to 65.93. That'll set up a really good, the next trend that we get out of here, that'll be really good. Here's a 15-minute to see. I took a stop on the rest of the trade. I'll just continue to wait. But here's the
They're
range
trying
that
hard to buy through. I am very
ES is
wary of this
in.
right now because if they don't get what they want, could be death to buyers again, and it's where the market naturally would offer again. So considering those things,
I mean, that was a really good bounce.
it was, yeah. Paid
Ran
fast too.
to 43.
I'm gonna get in one more here. I'm in for two. I'm gonna hold on to these. I'm willing to get to three if they don't get too far down or scratch out. Just waiting to see this tape. There's a bid that's really, really jumpy here. As soon as it disappears, I'm going to get out. But they look okay for now. Really key hold there in the 60s and Q. Huge offer coming in. The fact that they held against that offer means a lot because it's something they haven't done since the whole move down. They have not held against an offer until right now. So it's a potential shift in order flow there where the market's finally finding that in this range there is more demand than supply. But as always, they've got work to do on the buy side, so I'm not putting on more size just yet. I need to see more proof. So I'm willing to add in within the range down to the 20s. If they start trading under even into the 20s, the mid 20s, I will probably get out of this trade. A lot of selling here, so let's see if they can hold this one. If they can hold this one, it's potential rocket ship. Huge buying 80s. Huge. Price is too high on this for me to want to add for my own risk management. Still, although I'd like more, it's really up to the market what I get. It's not up to me, so. Still a bid. Wouldn't say they are rewarded just yet, so still very wary. If we slide down with this bid, it will be potentially really ugly. So finger on the flattened button for me right now.
Steven, at least say something else if you're gonna come here and promote it. Say hello, say good morning.
Putting on my last one here, I'm in 3 lots. That's the spot I wanted. And we will see. If they come back down there, I'm out. I will get out of this trade.
Hey Garrett, I saw your comment.
What do you say?
I'll let you read it. It's above.
Trying to watch this tape right here. I'll get to it after. I'm gonna stop out actually. I think maybe. Yeah. So what's he promoting? Check
So if we
gold.
reject back down, that would be pretty annoying because that's why I did not, I don't typically move my stop to break even unless we've reached like a 5 to 6, 7R on the trade. We only reached from my short. I think my short was probably somewhere here. We only reached 2R. So there's no reason for me to move my stop to break even when I'm trying to capture trends. I need to let price figure itself out like Merritt did in college. So until then, I have to, right? I can't move my stop. Like it's just, my trade is not invalidated yet. But look at this. If we go back down, it happens. I can get taken out on the rest of the trade. But again, it's a lot of range bound sort of structure today. So on days like these, I'm okay with only making 1R or being flat since I'm looking to capture trends. I can't really adjust my strategy to for a day where we're consolidating, or else I won't be able to capture days like yesterday.
I just tried to trust this bid again. They let me down. Gold is VWAP bounce, man. That's super nice right here. Missed it. Messing with NQ. So toxic, huh?
Hey, Double Top. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Streamers, traders are on here 6 days a week, talking markets, trading them. It's probably the best network on YouTube, if I can say so myself.
Don't NQ right now. Yeah, I'm still messing with NQ. Let's see if these longs work. Man, I scratched out of a really good one just now, but we're back in. I'm tempted to long gold, but I want to save my leverage for NQ right now. Gold might move a little slower. I think there's more opportunity in NQ, so I don't want to risk too much money doing both. But NQ is looking okay. Just need them to trade above the 100 and build on that. My entry earlier that I scratched out was in the 20s. 20s. I'm here at 55 now, so not too happy about that. They just offered this swing again.
Nothing for me here. I have to wait for another setup. I get 2 to 3, maybe 4. I mean, now in the high VIX, probably 4 for short setups a day. There was one earlier that I took and partialed out and then stopped out on the rest. This one, so that's 2. Could say this was 1, but I was not looking for a long. So I have 1 to 2 more opportunities today.
What time frame do you guys find levels? I use a 1 hour chart, but I use volume profile, daily profiles to get my levels. I'm not taking any profits until the 130s on this. So
Yeah,
we'll
we
see
were
if they
so
can get
far
there.
holding that 40, that 24,040 we reclaimed, so you have that going for you.
Yeah, but they still can get above that old
Yeah, it's
old
still
volume.
struggling.
I'm flattening that. I'm gonna scratch that out. I think we just offer from here. I'm not willing to get longs above the 20s now. If it runs without me, it does. So be it.
We're forming a little wedge here on the 1 minute. This is either a reclaim and hold of that 40 level, and then we push out and go back up to 24,200, or we eventually fail and then go make new lows and finally get that overnight low.
ES
What's
looks
going on here?
a lot better than NQ right now, too.
Yeah. I think he's just going through a lot of NVIDIA fights. So let's see who wins here. I hear that, Jake. I agree.
The tape is dying on the bid side.
We can't hold 40, we're gonna go back down. If we can't hold 68 in ES, we go back down.
I'm gonna try some shorts 45s. If it doesn't work, I'm flattening break even. I'm gonna try to get them in the 90s. There is a fading bid and it's really ugly.
I like the short too. I am going to wait to see if we can bounce and create a lower high. I have too much going on here. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm risk free on this short right now. So they bought a lot. They bought a lot, tried to buy through, and that tape just went away. So to me, if that's not going to pull price through and they decide to shut it off, they're going to have to find new buyers, and they are not up here.
I'm gonna try
So
the short as well. I've stopped here, but I might do a manual sort of
I'm break even on that now. I'm going to
close
try to
here if
get
we don't
higher.
break lower. Let's see if we can create a lower high here, or low, lower high, and then break lower. I'm gonna move my stop above that lower high. So I just have like 0.5 R risk, half of my normal amount. And then see if we can now move lower to make that new low. Oh, on the hourly, I just noticed QQQ on the hourly, we have a doji
Yeah.
at the bottom of a downtrend. So we might be trying to put in a low here. Let's see.
I'm holding on to shorts right now.
Yeah, structure's leaning downward.
The buying up there, they got stuffed. I think they're gonna give us liquidation tape. It was similar to yesterday's high in activity. Oh,
All right, I have a stop above that the 1 minute lower high, looking to see if we can break lower from there. If not, I'll take a 0.5 R loss. Out of this little micro 2 minute wedge structure.
I've got to stop in the 60s right now. I am
I
willing
think
to add on this short if it continues to hold against this bid.
some negotiation here taking place. Come on, give us new lows.
Still,
We just
we
need a
got
little
angry tape.
push. We need packs to come in and sell it. Put some size on.
What do they call him? What does he call him? There you go.
Because look, on the 5 minute, we also bounce into the 20 EMA, which is the sort of trend filter I follow. We rejected, failed to hold 40s, but it's still range bound. So I'm okay with this.
Really sticky in the 30s. So much buying in the 30s. I like that now we have an opportunity to liquidate them. So I'm in 5 lots here. If it starts going against me, I will de-risk on the way towards the stop. I don't want to get out of the trade until the stop, so I will just de-risk instead. But for now, we're holding on to 5. Still holding, still holding, still holding. I'll try to get
right.
out 2 in the 30s. Yeah, that tape up there, man, they got really stuck.
See if we
Close
can have
to
some
take
follow
profit.
through.
70s. Yeah. Came about 10 points of my take profit. I think we'll get it. Either way, I am in a good spot. Can't complain. They ran into some serious buying right there. I should have TP'd a little bit up top. But I have faith in this move still. The selling is, I don't know who said what to them.
We're seeing continuation of this wedge breakdown here that was the setup here. It was sort of the break lower was the failure to hold 40s and push up, but now we need to see if there's follow through to the downside. Price action is kind of slow now. I mean, it is
Well,
OPEX.
the action's slow, but the volume is big. They're really
Yeah.
trying to dump this, and there's just so much passive buying in the way. So what's happening on order flow is as price bounces up, they're buying it with both hands. It's just that they're not getting what they want. So when price goes against them, they start to liquidate lower, and that's kind of the play that I'm trying to get here.
And you're seeing that?
Yeah. So that's why this move down was a pretty good flush in that range where we're getting short. There's a lot of buying,
So what
insane
you're
amount of
saying is that you're Leo and you can you're in the Matrix.
buying.
No, Neo, not Leo. Why did I say Leo? It's Neo, right? That's his name?
I heard Neo. Did you say Leo?
I think I said Leo. Never mind. I said Neo.
I heard Neo. Well, I'm trying to get some profits
I said Neo, guys.
on this. I need them to trade the 70s. I don't know if they will, but
Tim, I think you're combining both approaches here. Acceptance with how I view it is price action, and then TPO or volume and delta, that's different. Maybe that's a XY thing. Listen, guys, you heard wrong. I said Neo. Okay.
the cat in the matrix. So I took two off. I'm still holding three. I'd like to see them test the 40s, maybe the 30s.
Let's go take out that overnight low.
Yeah, I want overnight low ultimately. When we get to overnight low, if when we get to overnight low, I will go down to one lot. That'll be about a 100-point trade already. Over 100 points, 130. So I'm happy with 30. So I don't, anything else is extra. So I'm
All
happy
right,
with
on
this.
this new trade, I'm gonna take half off here into right around 4R. All right, sorry, 2R, sorry, 2R, not 4R. So I half off at 2R. Now let's see if we go make new lows. Guys, that means it's been a while since XY and I have been in the same directional trade. Come on, it's a great way to close the week.
Yeah, honestly, today has been, I think it's like my second best day of the month. So can't complain. We're down to two lots. I'm gonna try to go overnight low and then we'll go down to one. You said there was like a heckler in the chat earlier or something like that.
Yeah.
What do you say? I love that stuff.
I don't want to say it.
Oh, it's too
I'll
mean.
tell you outside of this.
Yeah, DM me. I mean, all a part of being a streamer is you gotta have thick skin. There's gonna be opinions everywhere, guys. So don't feel bad for us if someone comes in talking crazy. It does not affect our own book.
May I meet you?
Me.
I've been telling that to everybody this week.
Yeah, I think it's just like a misery, projecting misery, talking their own book in a sense. So I don't really pay too much mind to it. It's just entertaining for me to read.
Can you share your charts? Are we not sharing our charts right now?
I think you might want a template.
Oh, a template.
No new low, no new low.
You should trade your own directions and then split the profits at the end of the day. Mm.
Yeah, so Chris was never long. I was long, but I pivoted short because the guys that I were betting on, they got really stuffed. For anyone that watches order flow, yesterday's high that led to the big move down, the same thing pretty much just happened up there. Um, so my idea is, okay, not only did they get stuffed, all right, I'm out break even on the rest of my position. I will look for another offer though.
All right,
If
close the
they're
rest of
gonna
mine near break even as well. So I could
go for
actually
it.
collect some profits there.
Yeah, I'm happy I actually took profits. Yeah, there was so much buying that if they get traded against, it could liquidate. And the only thing after that would be, okay, are they going to get traded against? And as they made their way back down after the second attempt, the buying actually started to shut off. So that was the scary part. They literally stopped buying as aggressively. So in my view, if you tried to buy aggressively and it didn't work, if you're not going to put in the same effort, it's really not going to work. And if it's not going to work and it goes lower, they will start to liquidate. And so that's the idea. I'm going to try to get a reoffer somewhere.
We have Nvidia bouncing now. So if semis start to bounce, then the hourly QQQ, where we have a doji candle at the bottom of a downtrend, sort of makes sense that maybe for the next hour now we start bouncing back up. But it's still a weak tape.
It is a weak tape. Yeah. I'm going to start to slowly leg into a reoffer here.
You guys are long 960 and 945. Look at you guys. Awesome trade.
I'm out of that short. 960. Oh, that was right after that bump. Failed to make new low. I still think new low. Just don't know where to get in yet.
We find it hard to trade live. I don't think so.
I think
Not
what
for
makes it
me.
trickier for me is trying to interact at the same time.
Yeah, like when you're focused and trying to get in a trade or manage a position, yeah, it's we don't look at the chat. But I guess, you guys shouldn't as well if you guys are managing your own positions. But I think it's easier when you've gone through so many more losses, right, for years, you sort of develop some knowledge and some wisdom, and so it's not as stressful because you yourself are confident in your losers that when somebody sees you take a loss here on the stream, it doesn't affect you because you've been through so many, you're going to go through so many more in the future. It's just part of the strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't affect you when you take losses all the time, which is what I do. I get out of trades all the time. I'm a right or right out kind of trader. I have to be, or else my P&L will suffer greatly. So to me, it's just access points on the chart. Either they're going to work out or they're not. Anything in between is up to chat to criticize as they will. 15-minute bar is going to close in about 3 minutes, and if it closes as a doji up, it will be pretty intense.
Looks like a mean reversion day. We're
It's possible,
we go
yeah.
lower, we bounce back up. Now we have some sort of higher low against the earlier low. And so if we're back to that 40 area, and remember earlier we were trying to hold, we created a wedge, we broke lower. So let's say now, what do? Do we reclaim it, actually hold this time? And then that can set up a long into 200. So from a trend perspective, trend following, that's what I want to look at. If not, this is going to be resistance again, and we're going to reject. And then now, a third attempt at lows is more vulnerable, and I would say higher probability of really now making new lows.
I'm trying to get this short right now, and I keep having to just get right out. When they have a chance, they can't really do it. So As long as we are in the 60s to the 80s, I'm willing to try it, but not otherwise. Do I use stops? I absolutely use stops, but I don't really take the trade to the stop. I'll take the trade off prior to the stop. The stop is like a emergency, yeah. Right now, because I'm trading gold and NQ, the bracket keeps like resetting itself. But I am a right or right out trader. So they ran into somebody in the 80s right there. But they cannot sell back below IB. If it's reversion, IB is going to hold and trade through. ES looks a lot stronger than NQ right now. I don't think we've seen the lows though. So I will wait for that. I'd try to add on this cell tape if they can give it to me. But we are being careful right here on this in this spot. Right or right out right here.
The hourly doji that we brought up earlier in QQQ is now green. When does it close?
Very wary. I'm very wary of the 15-minute candle that just closed in NQ.
In 15 minutes, we close the 15-minute NQ. Yeah,
That's it's a good one for sure.
yeah.
Coming
You
off
long or you
2000.
short? What are you? Let's see.
I just scratched out my short, but I'm willing to reinitiate if the tape says so. Tape is not saying so right now.
I mean, both, I'm looking at Qs and SPY outside of ES and NQ, and we're trying to build a hammer here on the hourly.
Yeah.
We
I'm
have a
looking in the 70s.
30-minute inside
There's a
candle,
buyer jumping the
15-minute.
tape.
Yeah, I would say that above like last 15-minute candle high, so we can push out higher.
I'm watching
Maybe
the
you guys
70s.
see, yes,
Any trade above 70s is not good here because in the 69 to the 58 range, a lot of inventory is being put in. If you want shorts, you want it under there. If you want longs, you want it above there. But that's the spot, the 60, 68 half to the 58. So if they press this up, yeah, they've got a lot of sellers to work against. As of right now, I've already given back like half of the day's P&L, so I need to be extra careful. Yeah, it's just me scratching my trade over and over. Jesus Balbus, Jesus Balbus.
Jesus.
No, not second best day of the month anymore. Maybe by the end of things, by the end of the stream. We'll see. Still got about an hour. I do like to participate with this kind of tape, but it's all relative, right? Sometimes you get what you want, sometimes you don't, but it's very opportunistic for my trading style because I scratch a lot of things. So on the short, I am not willing to take any profits prior to the 940s here. So that's about 100 points down, which is why I say this tape is opportunistic because as I get out of a lot of trades quickly, if it works in these ranges, it can pay a lot. The whole reason I am even open to shorts up here is because I don't think it's the low. So I have to follow that, right? Otherwise, I'm stealing from my future self if I take profit just because I'm up like 3,000 right now. So I'll put in buy limits down here.
Good rejection. This is building energy now for a good move here. We're in a 5-minute wedge. Let me show that.
What I hate about this move is it was so violent that it did skip a lot of buying, and it's likely to retrace at some point before it goes back down maybe, but I'm hoping it's just violent enough to cut to my TP right now. They can go ahead and rebid a new low or something. Missed a 70 short. Oh, yeah, 70s was good, but 70s was where it got dicey for me, Nick, because there's so much buying right below, selling right below it that I'm always wary that they're gonna get like ran through and just squeeze out. So there's buying again in this range. I will not be buying it, which means I will not be covering any short here.
This range is getting smaller and smaller here from where we started an hour ago. We're contracting for a move here, and this is what can generate a good trend down to new lows. Let's see if we can look for a trade here, sort of ping-ponging here. So remember my earlier comments, guys. We have a bounce, rejection, bounce, rejection. Where will the change in character be where you now then say, hey, here's a higher low, some acceptance, and then boom, or we move lower, some rejection at the lows, and then break lower, right? So that's what I'll be watching for again to then allow me to manage risk on a trade. Yeah, there's my triangle.
That rebid I was afraid of. So when the market moves with such imbalances like that, it's not unlikely that they come back. This is a higher low, by the way, and that will definitely keep me afraid of being short. I need to see strong tape again up here. Looking at flow. Strong tape other way.
For a directional trade, Jesus, I do wait for a break. For a mean reversion, I trade something else. But I sometimes, a tape like this, I would want some acceptance, like what I've shared most of the morning. Again, that I keep bringing up that hourly doji XY, but it's signaling something.
Well, we've got really bullish 15-minute bars right now.
Yeah, that's I would say that's the internal structure of this hourly bullish doji that we're printing in Qs and SPY. We have a inside candle on the 30-minute. On the 15-minute, we're attempting a 9 EMA reversal, which is a reversal of that 9 EMA, and then this is a breakout of that wedge. So we're now target on this is 200. I'll be looking to see if we can create a higher low and hold, and then look for a move up there.
November CPI report to be released December. Tracy, earlier you said there's no, they're not doing an October one, right? The buy tape is fading again. ES. Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's quite literally a double bottom. And then they put in that higher low, which is instant 100 points for anyone that took it. We saw the bid come in, that's for sure. They built that volume down there. if
Yeah,
anyone's tracking
this is
that.
bullish action here. In the short term, we have an hourly bullish hammer at the bottom of a downtrend. So it's attempting to now have an hourly bounce. 15-minute reversal triggered for both ES and NQ. It's so choppy, but it's higher time frames are constructive of higher prices.
Order flow is getting really bearish here. Scratching out of that. I think
We
the
can see if we can
130s. We can trade
create a
these
higher
130s.
low to push out, because this is a change in character for what I'm looking at. We just need to confirm that with a higher low. Due to the type of tape that we're seeing, I can't just put on a directional long without some acceptance first. But this has a target at 200.
Look at this candle right now.
I remember Nvidia starts to bounce, and right when it started, that's when price started to change.
Yes, back to the open. For 100 lots. Yes.
Blue, and I finished that glass. Guys, we're at 540. We're so close to 700 likes.
Wow,
How
there's a
about
big buyer popping up on tape. 100 lots. They filled them.
I'm telling you, hourly
Who
reversal.
is that?
It's probably PAX.
Huge. He really wanted to fill too. He actually chased it up. Was not
Here
messing around with
is
it.
the QQQ chart. This was this was an hourly bullish hammer, and at the bottom of this sort of downtrend, so you have to think that we're seeing a low, and then we're going to start a bounce into the hourly 9MA to seek a lower high, and then a little bit of internal structure to confirm that. You had a inside 30-minute candle that broke higher, so it's the 30 minutes confirming that. On the 15-minute, you have a 9MA reversal inside that hourly bullish hammer. So multiple time frames here are changing that structure here. And then you have a 5-minute wedge breakout on the Qs.
So you plot the Qs with NQ.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
just to help me see like RTH action better. So far everything's saying higher from the higher time frame to this lower time frame. But no pullback yet to confirm it. So we might just see a move higher into 200. And it's okay, right? You can miss trades.
Why does 100 lot buyer show up red as in shorts? You're probably looking at Delta. You're probably looking at Delta. So what happens if a buyer shows up, right, and someone fills him? Someone crossed the tape to aggressively sell into him. Yeah, I'm trying to gluten. I'm trying to get this short right here. I'm waiting to see this tape really show up, and it did right there. And then now it faded. So I'm waiting to, I'm stepping off. I'm not gonna get in the way of it. If they start filling in, so this is low volume, 140s to 160s. They start trading and filling this in. There is no more short. So I'm waiting to see what they do. Do I still feel like we need to see new lows? I don't ever feel like we need to do anything. It's just an auction. I don't think that if it's like some would call it a poor low or whatever fancy name, the market doesn't need to address any of that. It just tends to. So let's just assume this is a poor low. It's not the best low, which is why I was targeting short earlier. Let's assume this is a poor low, right? By definition. The likelihood is yes, eventually it gets traded through. But if the market continues to trade away from it, it's telling you, hey, this is not something that they're interested in doing for now, right? So someone can sit and be like, well, I'm going to keep averaging down on shorts because we'll do it at some point. That's pretty much how you blow up. If you start to see the market try to make its way down, that's different. But that, like Chris would say, would change the structure of the market, right? So right now they made that, we'll say poor low, but they made a higher low out of that. And in this higher low, actually there was a lot of buying. Um, so it's a real event, right? Because this isn't like, oh, price just willy-nilly went down, went back up. Someone really did step in. And that shows if buyers are willing to step in, it shows the market does not care about this low. Stop Hunter. Nice handle. 40 handle pump called it live. So I mean, you are among many live callers in the chat. I'm sure you know.
You're
Everyone's
cool.
calling everything live in chat.
So here's that 200 target. If somebody bought the wedge breakout, or I'm talking to my group here, if you guys bought the wedge breakout, you are now in this new 5-minute 9 MA uptrend, and here's the first target where you take partial profits and then see if we can continue higher. We now need acceptance at or above 200 to then go make new highs. But again, in the last, I think 30 minutes, all I've been talking about is this bullish hammer on the Qs, signaling that we were putting in a low. And so I was waiting for some acceptance at the wedge breakout, but we never got that. So no entry for me.
So easy, just long caught that 10 ticks. And there are also trolls in the chat. Live calls don't make money. Yeah, calling a market's easy. Trading it's very hard. I mean, as long as you stick to what you're supposed to do and don't do what you're not, you will definitely be okay. Someone is short ES. That's a scary short for sure. What was it like 1 point from the high, maybe?
Yes, back to, so we're filling out this range, which is just creating energy for the next big move here from 65.43 to 65.93. So eventually when we form some acceptance, if we do that here at 93, the next target will be 66.17. And then if we go back to the trade plan from this morning, let me go here. Sort of ping-ponging here, but scenario 2 is alive here. If we do find acceptance at 24,200 or 24,000, yeah, 200, 240 area, then we can go back to scenario 1 and push up to 350s for ES. If we can find some acceptance at 65.93, then we go back up to backtest this week's sort of consolidation low, this range here. That would be the main obvious target on a break above 93.
Andre. That's a funny comment. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, everyone's calling the markets in chat today. I hope you are making money off of it and having a good weekend because it is Friday.
Yep.
Looks like we were looking to short the OR. I don't know about any shorts. Man, dude, see you later, man. Hit the like.
Yeah, hit the like before you leave, guys. Later, man, dude. We're into that resistance area. Now we need some acceptance up here to see higher. So for my approach, I'm going to be waiting for that to then participate in a long.
Up
Cheesecake Factory?
990 on 3 micros. That's insane.
That's how you know the volatility's high.
One to 3 micros, 990. I could never. It's a lot of points per contract there. Hey, you
Yeah,
know
what
what,
do they
guys?
say?
I like Cheesecake Factory, man.
I used to when I used to eat sweets, oh gosh, I would eat those cheesecakes all the time.
Dude, aren't they like 1,500 calories or something for one?
That was a different life.
I'm not really a sweets guy, so that spares me a lot of calories for sure. So that I got that going for me.
Yeah, I haven't had sugar since '89, so
Well,
it's a
it's
good
still the
year.
same. It's still just as good, I think. Whole week's calorie in one meal at factory, yeah. Yeah, everything there is like dense, very calorie dense. But I do like it, I ain't gonna lie. Yes, new high soon. Yes, low is actually
Beautiful
really clean.
continuation that we're seeing. So now ES is trying to break above 93. Look at that strength. Again, guys, I have to remind you guys what we were seeing earlier, right? The hourly hammer, 15-minute reversal. Very good action.
What's this?
Yes, Sam, sugar is really bad for you. Michael, I don't use Ninja on TradingView. I just chart on TradingView. But I think so. Yeah, I have data for TradingView and Ninja. All right, so we can form some acceptance here above 93. Then I'll be looking for a long into 66.18.
Morning,
Hey,
Shab.
Shab.
Yeah, it was raining like super heavy when I got up around 5-ish.
Used to waking up early now or not yet?
A lot more so. I don't enjoy it, but it's a lot more manageable. Like after being gone in Asia, it kind of rewires things, so That helps a bit. I have to take naps now. It's something I haven't done like for years. I have to take naps. I'm just way too tired.
RTY up 2%. Yeah, it's long. It's strong.
Oh, what's gold doing? Gold blessing. Oh, yeah.
A lot of destruction on the equity side, though.
Helps gold out. 212 EXO. I think that's a great long, honestly, to hold through to even the 90s. That's what I was trying to do in the morning.
Listen, Hunter, I hope you make all the money. I don't know what you want us to do with that information. Make all the
Generational
money.
low, October 2022. That was the generational low, man. I'll never forget it. Let's pray for the guy shorted ES. People 8C, BC, people BC. I've never seen this guy in chat before, but he's funny as hell.
Zolino, what happened, my friend? You got caught up in this morning chop earlier?
Paper cuts. Yeah, Zolino, I've given back like 65% of my day's gains on paper cuts. Go most held nearby options. 75. Let's see. Well, we're at 75 now.
We're at are we at 600 likes?
Where are we at?
601. Guys, we're so close to that 700. We can get
You gotta
there.
help us or we can't leave. Actually, Jim's not here. We can do what we want. It's our show now.
You guys ain't going nowhere.
Full gluten. Yeah, I mean, 90 is not too bad. I don't think I want to do that though. I think 65 is good enough. 65 is all right. I think I think that's good enough for me.
Too many paper cuts, Zolino? I'm sorry, my friend. It's gotta slow down definitely on OPEX days.
Look at this hourly bar.
Glad you guys are killing it, those of you who are making your points.
People's grandma making money right now.
Yeah, she has a new retirement set up.
People hooked his grandma up.
All right, so I'm just waiting here for some acceptance so we can form above 200, then I'll look for higher. Same for ES at 65.90s. There is some resistance in ES at 66.1820 as we backtest this week's prior consolidation, which should be heavy resistance. That's really what we need to reclaim on higher timeframes in order to to get a little bit of a change in character and to confirm that these buyers do have strength, right? So far, this is a sort of buy from the lows into that resistance that we're seeing, but can we reclaim that? And I'm talking over here, I'm looking at the wrong charts. Can we reclaim this 66, 18, 20 area? And then that'll really create a change in character from the sellers that showed up. For NQ, that would be the 500 spot. Can we reclaim that? And then now you sort of say, okay, maybe the daily structure is changing and buyers are starting to show up. But we can still test that and then see new lows next week. Although, you know, we have with Thanksgiving, the volume's going to die down. Will be interesting to see what we get.
Turned out rest of the day. It wouldn't be surprising, honestly. It's quite a bottom. It is. Double bottom. Two big efforts on sell side, with pretty good sustained buying for the high low. And we are trading above majority of the selling for the day right now. A huge majority. So they're not getting what they want anymore. The market has made the choice that actually we would rather buy this range than sell it. Back above the 400s here, where there was that taper last time, they made their choice.
I feel like I got to do a video on acceptance just so you guys can have it, right? It keeps getting asked all the time. Acceptance is when you're, I feel like I've said it 4 times already today, but I'll do it again. And if somebody asks again, I'm gonna have them go back to this time. I'll actually do a video on it, and then I'll have Ninja create like a
pop-up.
Yeah. So you guys can have that constantly to go to. But look at this prior range, okay? Well, let's go to the 1 minute here because that's a short I took earlier. We were ping-ponging close to support. We bounced, rejected, came back down, bounce, resistance, rejected. So that's a range, right? We're creating a range here. We're moving from one side of the range to another between support and resistance. Eventually, acceptance for how I view things is when we sort of get a change in character, meaning if at the highest of this resistance, we start to consolidate and create a higher low, then that's telling you that buyers are moving up from down here to here, and they're not letting price move back down. Same thing on the downside. If now we're attempting to bounce and reject and create a consolidation here, that's acceptance of support. Up here, it's acceptance of resistance. So that's a change in character. We're no longer ping-ponging back and forth. That's information telling you that in this example, on the short I took, sellers are moving down from here to here. And now you have a lower high. You have a way to manage trade risk on this, for me, on this short. So then what I do is I look to take the break of this sort of consolidation, wedge, box. It forms a little bit of a different structure all the time, but right. So the short that I took was pretty much right here. Then I had my stop down there, and I captured this move. But that's what acceptance is. It's the inability to go back away from support or resistance, like it's done in the prior 30 minutes, hour, depending on the time frame that you're looking at. But that's a change of character, and that's literally price telling you, hey, we're not producing the same pattern that we were. And I call that as acceptance. So for up here, can we form acceptance in NQ and ES above resistance? Remember that prior zone that we were ping-ponging back at 200? Well, guess what? We're back at 200. Can we now consolidate and form acceptance up here versus just rejecting back down? Looks like we are. And as long as we can do that, we can see higher. And I may just have missed along here in talking
Yep.
about that.
Yep.
All right, well, you guys owe me some points. So
They were
here's the wedge
selling the
structure.
hell out of that, and they just got cooked.
Hey, thanks, Fractal. Yeah, a new Chat with Traders interview just came out. I think that's my third one with them. But this latest one was like was a yeah, that'd be great, Omid. If they can clip this lesson that I just did and share that on as a YouTube clip, that'd be great. What acceptance is from a price perspective. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's the third Chat with Traders interview. I would say this one was more of a conversation. The last one was a month no, we recorded it a month. Well, I didn't know I was going to getting a transplant, but we recorded it when I was really dealing with kidney failure and my kidney function was like 15%. And then I ended up going through the transplant. They called me up on a Saturday night. I did it. And then like a few weeks later, a month after, the interview came out. But in the conversation I had in that interview, I was talking about how, my kidney function was really bad and hopefully I would get a transplant soon. I didn't know it would happen. But this latest interview was sort of like an update on that and some market stuff.
You're famous. No, I'm not on the gold long. I was in a gold long earlier in the day. I think like down, yeah, I was down here. But hey, dang, that's a nice one. It's basically this was what I wanted. Um, Come back, hold it, and then go up to the 90s. But they only got to the 70s in the morning, which can't complain.
Look at that. So we have our wedge breakout here where I was looking for some acceptance. We're creating the first higher high, higher low. So as long as this higher low now holds, we can push up to 350s. For ES, I mean, ES has been very strong. Let me see if it created that. It created a very short wedge contraction here. But,
Gold is
this
ripping.
is your
There's the
setup here.
90s. Yep.
Gold is moving.
Anyone that got long gold on this pullback
Wow.
right at this spot, dude, well played. Well played. Well played.
And look, guys, all gold was, let me go to it. What is it? MGC? What's the micro? Or let's go to GC. All gold was a breakout from this wedge. That's why it's my directional setup are wedges. You just have to wait for those wedges to form and then participate. But look at that.
Oh, ES still moving.
Yeah, small caps are helping it push out. All right, so this is the trade that I wanted, but I missed it going into education mode. But this trade would be at what? 1R here. Where are my charts? Where are my zones? All right, ES is into 66.18, which is that back test of that breakdown or prior support. Let's see if it holds here. That was a good long though, so maybe some of you guys are in it from this breakout, but very, very good long.
Mini Pro's feeding his kids today. Hell yeah. People, what car you getting your grandma? Your grandma's printing today. Yesterday's high. It's a ways away. It's a bit of a ways away. $1,500 with 3 micros. That is insane. What do we like on this? What do we have on likes? Guys, do you liking the stream?
Yeah, what are we at? 6:30. Look, guys, we have 5 minutes left here with you guys. Let's get it up to 700 if we can. Like it, subscribe it, share it with your grandma. You're sharing all of the trades.
Yeah, your grandma's making.
Yeah, if your grandma's making money, then
Mini Pro's kids are eating today. Good day. Everyone chat Everyone wants to meet their grandma.
now. So this long idea is now at 2R.
New high NQ finally. While ES has done that 20 minutes ago, 30. What an hourly candle.
Yeah, we have an hourly 50 EMA wedge breakout as well.
Leo, we are down bad on the likes, man. Everyone in the chat's too busy calling the market to the like. Let's see gold. Let's see gold. Ooh. And gold is lifting. Still long one gold? Hell yeah. No, can I meet you is not trolling packs. Well, depends why you're doing it. Yeah, but it's like it's a meme now because the great Bill Ackman said that that's how he approaches women. He just says, may I meet you?" Hey, so look, when Pax gets on, guys, just say, "May I meet you, Pax," in the chat every time he's on.
And what a good reversal here. Strong too.
What are you looking at?
Just both ES and NQ.
Oh, yeah, ES definitely led the way. It's been stronger than NQ all day, I feel. NQ gave back a lot of its overnight range.
Man,
ES
I
gave a bit
missed
less.
that wedge here.
Parabolic right now. Stop Hunter, you've saved many grandmas today. Yeah, when PAX comes on, guys, just say PAX, may I meet you? And nobody tell him why. Just after a while, he'll just be like, why is it that every time I get on, they say these things.
No, Jesus, I don't chase trades.
This hourly candle.
I need the setup there. Plus, there's a lot of opportunities throughout the week. You don't really need to chase anything. Like so many opportunities.
Many trades a day, many days in a week, many weeks in a year.
Yeah.
What's the hurry, right? What's the hurry? It's always going to be another trade, another day.
Oh, Louise, great job. She says, or he says, she says, he says, I took that long, and thank you for explaining acceptance. I'm glad. Look, I'm okay missing the trade now. So it was my 5th time talking about acceptance today for you guys. But
If
as
you
long
guys
as you
want,
guys made
you
your
can shoot him a
points
tip.
from it, yeah, we're like I at least like the stream for that. We're so close. We're at 30 away from well our time is coming up, so I guess we won't hit it. Move that green line higher. What green line? The green zone? We're now into that next train with Jose. You're a funny guy.
You know, Jose, Chris would love to explain what acceptance is again, but our time is up. Otherwise, he would do it again and again and again, you know?
Yeah, you want to close it out?
Not especially. All right, guys, our time is up. You know the deal. It's Friday. If you've made money, you could probably go enjoy your weekend by now. If you haven't, unless you're getting long, you probably won't make any more money. So, um, that's gonna be it for us. I hope that's it for you guys. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you guys next week.
All right, guys. You guys take care.